What's up, y'all? I cannot figure out how to fix my voice. I've been having issues. This last entire week, I've been having issues. So bear with me. Bear with me, ladies and gentlemen, while I try to fix my voice throughout this show today. Yes, I know a lot of you are here to see some Monster Hunter gameplay. Just calm down. I'll get there. Let's start off with some things first. You know, an ex told me that one time. Her and all 15 of her cats. I thought it was Venus. I don't know. Mercury, Venus is in retro. Whatever one of those planets is in retrograde. I thought it had a mystical meaning. I didn't know that it was like a seriously, I know this is going to sound crazy from a guy like me. Well, thank you for the clarification. I just thought it was crazy. In case you don't know, what's up, everybody? My name is Marquise, aka Dr. Door, and I'm trying to bring you today the UFO, alien, paranormal, whatever, all I can do. Okay, I'm gonna tell some stories. We're gonna talk about some news. We're gonna play some video games. Some of you literally only come here to see me slaughter innocent monsters. And soon you'll be seeing me become a space pirate or a space diplomat. I'm not quite sure. Playing Starfield. But before we get to that, the good stuff. I want to encourage you all, if you haven't already, consider if you find value in my content at all, donate to my GoFundMe, or join the Patreon. I'm still working on what benefits you can get for the Patreon, to be totally honest. I give as much benefits here. I'm here 7 days a week. I try to stay up with the Discord. We chat in the Discord a lot. We have a lot of fun. But in terms of like real benefits to the Patreon, it's just to support me, guys. Honestly, it's what keeps me doing this 7 days a week. I got some good news. We'll go over that in a second. But like I said, if you do find value, by all means, please consider donating to the GoFundMe. I am completely funded by you guys. I don't do ads anymore. I did at first. To be honest, I probably would be doing a little bit better if I stick with the ads, but I feel like the content wouldn't be as good. So I want to have better content. I want to be able to have these edgy conversations that we have, because they are quite edgy. The Armenian, you know what I'm talking about. They get edgy, y'all. They get real edgy. You get to find out about who I really am. You can see cut through the BS and see who is Dr. Door really. Who is the Marquise behind the Dr. Door? You know what I'm saying? I like the edgy too. I want to be able to do it, engage with it, because some of it's insane and still worth engaging in. That's what I believe. So that's what I'm saying, y'all. Give me 1 second. We're going to start this party. Let's do it. Everything's ready to rock and roll for the most part. Alright, y'all. Oh, fudge, I'm late. Don't even worry about it. You're still here. That's what matters. Let's check it out. A couple things I wanted to share with you all. I'm so glad that X hasn't changed their website to x.com. That would be weird. Probably already taken. Not that I know, I'm saying probably. Calm down. My gosh, stop accusing me of things. All I'm saying is that it's probably already taken. So I don't know why Elon thought that calling his platform X was a great idea. What do they call it? They call it, what kind of troll do they call it? The edgelord. They called him an edgelord for doing that. I call him an idiot, but whatever. Edgelord, idiot. What's the difference? We're gonna talk about some idiots. I'm sorry, edgelords. Whatever, you choose. I suppose a joke. You never want to hear a lady say that. Right. Yeah. So bear with me while I hack through this episode, as always, with my issues. Not this one. This one. We want the big screen. Yeah. Tomato, tomato. Tomato, tomato. You guys want to join me today? Because you can join me. We can react together to these things. If you guys want to join me, I will leave the. Listen to me, please. Listen carefully. I can do this whole thing for 4 hours on my own. However, when you come on, it's always fun. If you want to, the invitation will be open. You know where you can find it. You do not have to do it. I don't know. I don't know enough. I haven't watched enough British. So the accents that I do know, I learned them growing up and listening to them, right? Like the first time and last time I've ever canceled a project, ever in my whole life, all right? It is my pleasure, the Armenian, and I appreciate your presence. Trust me, the audience loves it. The only time I've ever canceled a project was for an Indian lady, who wanted me to do this this meditative Hindu religious type thing with like Buddhist meditation, whatever. And there were all these terms, and I could pronounce them, but there's a very specific kind of accent she was looking for, and I just couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I was like, listen, I've never done this before, but I have to decline this project. I've done a lot of different projects. I've done the country accent. People freaking loved it. I've done the all kinds of different ones. I've done the Johnny Depp accent. I've done I played a video game character to a game that hasn't released yet, so I can't talk about it. But I've done music videos where people have me in the background doing music video. I mean, you know, the whole gamut of like voice acting. I've done it all. I'm a level 2 seller on Fiverr. I've got an account on voices.com. I'm like, I do the thing. I do the commercials, and I've done some really cool meditation scripts for applications on the App Store, which I can't remember. I got to go back to my projects to find out which one of the apps I'm on. So if you guys want to hear me, I'm on there. I've done so many different projects, and I've only canceled one. And I also failed my very first project ever. My very first audiobook, I failed it miserably. Like, they were like, this is trash. I was like, what? Why didn't you tell me that halfway through the book? I think what they did was they stole my voice and then said it was bad so they didn't have to pay me full price, because they still wanted me to finish and like make all these edits, but I was naive, judge me. But ultimately they said, oh yeah, I don't know what happened. I thought this was great, but I guess the client doesn't like it. Yeah, BS. My handler lied to me. Another thing I want to talk to you guys about real quick before we start to react stuff is that I will be doing some affiliate marketing to try to help with the cost of things, because I recognize that all of you don't have, not everybody has money to do stuff. So my unicorn has started an Amazon store again for the 50th time in my life. She's done it for me this time. And we can give you, if you guys are purchasing things on Amazon, please hit me up so I can send you a link, because I don't know how this works exactly, but she can give me a link to the Amazon item, and then you can purchase that item with the link, and then I get a small commission for that purchase. So at least we're like, you're not having to pay anything extra to help me out, and at the same time you're still helping me out when you do your regular purchases on Amazon, which everybody shops on Amazon. So if you guys want to help me out, that is another way you can help. You can give me some support, because honestly, I'm getting desperate here, y'all. But I'm holding on. All right, I'm holding on. I'm not selling out to the, because again, I could do the YouTube. I could do YouTube, you know, get the super chats going. I think that the super chats will be better for me financially. It's easier for people to do a super chat than it is for people to donate to my GoFundMe. I don't think that's as easy. But first of all, if I do that, I'm going to be subject to more copyright infringement, which you guys know. You know how it is. I know. I get it. We watch full videos here, but keep in mind, we watch full videos and do 3+ hours of commentary. I do not just watch videos on my channel. There are hours of commentary. So we watched an hour of a video a couple times, and then we'll react to the video afterwards sometimes, so we get full context. Some people don't like that. I guess that's bad etiquette on YouTube. You gotta do 30 seconds, react. That is, to me, that's, sometimes it's fun. Like for a 10-minute audio, for a 10-minute news clip. But for like a 2-hour, 1-hour video, you're breaking the immersion unless you've all seen it. Like if it's a famous one you've all seen, like that one with the dude that said he has an alien tape. That one needed 30-second sound bites. But no, we need to do a lot more than that. We got to do a lot more than that, because. But I can't do that if I do YouTube. Same thing with Twitch. If I do Twitch and monetize Twitch, cuts out my YouTube audience entirely, because you can't multi-platform stream if you're an affiliate of Twitch. Terrible idea. What's up, Midwest Night Watchers? Keeping it 100, fam. You can join in whenever you're ready, my guy. I'll post the Zoom link here in a second. But anyway, yeah. So, like I said, if you guys want to help me, I spent the first 15 minutes talking about supporting crap. You can help me by letting me know what kind of Amazon products you want. Hit me up in Discord or something like that, and then I will provide you with the links to Amazon. And again, you can help me out with that. There's also going to be books and stuff that you can get from Amazon. I can actually apparently I can provide the links if you're going to buy an audiobook from Audible. I can give you the link for that as well. And again, that there's a small commission that goes to me for that as well. So like I said, hit me up, y'all. Give me the HBO special. That is the Help a Brother Out special, yo. I got that from a YouTuber. A black one. Just saying. Just saying. Alright, so let's check this out. Joe Merja, ignore the drama, says that this audio may have been shared already. Full UFO related clip begins at 39:49. Former White House press secretary under Joe Biden, I don't know who that, Jen Psaki. Oh, I know Jen Psaki is. Psaki, I had a lot of access to classified information, but there's this thing called need to know, and if you don't need to know, come on, bro. You don't necessarily have access to it. And I wasn't on kind of the alien portfolio, UFOs. The wasn't in my Rubica. What the? The wasn't in my Rubica. Not 100% on the last word. A Rubica is a fireproof document bag. Okay. Do you have any boxes in your bathroom at home? I don't have any boxes in my bathroom. Ha 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 ha. Hee hee hee. Bruh. Stop it right now. She's a person too. You can't talk about her like that. You need to treat her like a lady instead of she is not. You know who? I mean, I'm not saying I think this, but let me show you what they're doing. Yeah, you guys don't know what you're talking about. First of all, hold on 1 second. Talking about tasty. You stop it right now. You stop that crap right now. You need to, you know, hold on. I think it's the hill. Is it the hill? Yeah, I'm not saying I think this, but many people are saying, folks, this is one of the most beautiful women on the internet right now. I'm not saying, many people are saying this. You calm down right now. You calm down right now. But I really do want to be this guy. Look at his face. I feel the same way, brother. I really do. Now stop objectifying women. You do it. You stop it right now. You need to be more respectful. Do you understand me? Bryson, my gosh. We don't do that here. We really don't. Anyway, back to the good stuff. Let's listen to what they have to say.
I don't.
All right.
Were you privy to confidential information in the White House?
Yeah.
But like the stuff that the
How about
president
everything,
knows?
Sean?
Hey, sorry. He's trying to work his way towards aliens and UFOs.
Oh.
1,000%.
Right?
1,000%.
I know, of course, I knew it. I could
That
smell
was
it.
quite a flirtation. I was like, where are we going with this?
So-
You want to know if I knew who the
Just
bad
ask
guys
her,
were and who was
Sean.
going to
Sean,
be
just
killed?
fucking ask her about the UFOs.
You know, I will say I had a lot of access to classified information,
Yeah.
but there's this thing called need to know. And if you don't need to know, you don't necessarily have access to it. And I
I
wasn't
need to
on
know.
kind of the alien portfolio, UFOs.
right.
That wasn't in my
Do you have any
rubric.
boxes in your bathroom at home? with
I
confidential
don't
information?
I don't have boxes in my bathroom.
All right.
Were you privy to confidential information in the White House?
Yeah.
But like all the stuff that
So-
the president?
That is Jen Psaki. That would be Bryson's first love. Talking about, I got you, karaoke. Hang tight, brother. I'm bringing you on. Oh my gosh. The fact that she had access to documents, but she didn't have full access to UFO alien stuff because she didn't have need to know, which means they have information about that, obviously, within the White House. Like, actually, officials that we see on TV, they know about this stuff. They know that there are some people that don't have access that probably should, and they've been sitting on it. But you know what's crazy? I heard that the last two presidents, that would be 45 and Barack Obama, I heard that they have been given information about it because whatever is happening is so prevalent. And I got something crazy for y'all. It's so prevalent, they have to tell them. They're like, listen, Mr. Obama and Mr. 45, Mr. Grab him by the, Mr. If my daughter wasn't, I'd be dating, Mr. That, Mr. I don't even ask, I just, and when you're rich, they let you do it, Mr. I love the blacks, Mr. That guy. They tell them both, right? Because there's something, whatever's happening is happening in such a big way, they have to tell them. I want to know what you all think about this. Now listen, you stop it right now. I do not have a Starfield addiction. I'm going to check out my history and you're going to keep your lips closed right now. Okay? You're not going to say a darn word about all the Starfield videos that I watched today. You're not going to say anything about it. Now, like I was saying, let me show you guys what I've been watching all morning long. That's not just women's butts in cartoons. This is GTA 6, by the way. Just calm down. My gosh, would you guys grow up, please? Starfield, racist, Starfield, music, Starfield. Okay, where is it at? Right here. Here we go. I don't have a problem. You keep your lips closed right now. Check it out, y'all.
Hundreds of people across West Michigan took to social media overnight, reporting hearing a massive boom echoing across the sky. From Holland to Kentwood to northern Kent County, people say they heard a pounding noise that lasted for more than a minute.
Yeah, it's got a lot of traction, and it just to
Swamp gas. It's swamp gas.
break the news here. Was it the extraterrestrials finally coming down to shake hands?
Wait, listen to this.
Traction, and it just to break the news here. Was it the extraterrestrials finally coming down to shake hands with the president?
Right.
Not this time, at least.
We're gonna start off like this already. This is how we're gonna start off. We're gonna start off with, it wasn't the extraterrestrials that came down. The little green man. Lizard people. But we don't know what it is. Do you want to do that? Is that how we're gonna do this? He's worse than that chick on the hill that drives me insane. And for the first time, Avi Loeb just wipes the floor with that chick in like 2 minutes straight. Just wipes the floor with her, only for her to turn around and say that she agrees with him. Because it's good content, my guy. That's why. It's good content. You understand? That's why I can watch it. It's good anyway.
It was likely a meteor, but not part of the
It was likely this is what I mean. This is what I mean where people are not like, listen, it's not about being hyper focused on, it's about when you look at a picture of something, you don't miss all the details and say that a picture of a giraffe is actually an elephant, because if you remove all the colors and you just shorten the neck a little bit, it actually looks like an elephant. If you put the neck down like this and you give it a little bit more volume, and boom, this is what people do. This man is obviously, he's twisting the narrative. It wasn't little green men or aliens coming down to shake the president's hand. It was likely, which means they don't know, a meteor. But here's the good stuff.
Seed meteor shower that everyone is looking forward to this weekend. Our Michael Martin is here to explain everything that happened.
I was sitting on my deck, as I do every night.
About 10:30 p.m. Thursday night, as West Michigan was getting ready for bed, something peculiar was streaking above.
I heard rumbling, and, you know, I see clear skies.
It was just insanity. Like, I'm surprised the kids didn't wake up. That's how loud it was at my house.
Has anybody ever heard of a meteor, just one, causing so much noise and, you know, the spectacle in the sky? Just one. That an entire neighborhood or city or whatever in West Michigan, the whole of West Michigan is experiencing this phenomena over one meteor. A meteor? Listen.
A Ring camera on Angelica Ward's home in
You hear that?
A Ring camera.
Hold on. Just for the sake of listening carefully. Listen to this crap. It's probably a meteor.
Insanity. Like, I'm surprised the kids didn't wake up. That's how loud it was at my house.
A Ring camera on Angelica Ward's home in Kent.
Yeah, that's also quite an interesting phenomena, because the one that was over Russia that blew up the windows, I saw that. However, keep in mind, okay, that this here is obviously, and I'll go over why it's not a meteor, because I'm not the one I don't know if it's a meteor. I'm not an astronomer or whatever, but there is one in here, or someone.
Wood picked up the billowing groans.
It almost sounded like if you were next to, like, the train tracks when they're going over it, bumping, or almost if a plane was going over.
For over a minute, it echoed.
You sure that's a meteor? I still don't know about that Russian thing either. I still don't know, because it just doesn't seem right. But even so, let's just pretend in our imaginary fairy tale world this is a meteor. Let's pretend. What the freak kind of meteor causes the sound of train tracks in the sky for a minute straight? They last that long?
From Holland to Hastings, northern Kent County, and down to Kentwood.
To have one so close to home that actually made that, like, boom sound, rumble sound, was pretty surreal.
But what was it? In this video, caught by Ron Earl in Wyoming, it sure looks like a meteor. Some folks.
Where's the meteor? What are you talking about?
Folks online,
they showed us the most blurry.
Speculated it might be part of the looks like a meteor. Some folks online speculated it might be.
It looked like a bunch of dotted lines, or dotted lines across the top middle of the screen. Check it out, real quick.
Sure looks like a meteor. Some folks online speculated it might be part of the Perseid meteor shower set to be visible this weekend.
The Perseids do not produce any sound because they totally vaporize before they get down to the lower atmosphere where the air molecules are dense enough to carry sound waves. So I don't know what they're hearing, but...
Interesting. Meteor?
It's not the Perseid meteors.
Robert Lunsford with the American Meteor Society explains that people may...
It's not.
...have seen a meteor, but not from the Perseid shower.
Now, you can hear meteors if they're made out of stone and come from asteroids. Those tend to go slower than the Perseids, make it down further into the atmosphere, and they can...
But they don't arc in the sky. They go in a straight line. They don't arc in the sky because they're not propelled by anything but, you know, whatever course they're already on. Because meteors are not sentient as far as I know, and don't have propulsion as far as I know, and are incapable of changing direction in that short distance without any external influences, and then they don't make the noise of repetitive booms back to back to back for 60 plus seconds long, sounding like a train on the railroad tracks. I don't think that is the nature of a meteor, but this guy says the same thing.
Actually produce a sonic boom.
Now, Fox 17 showed Lunsford these
look, it's arcing. It's arcing. It literally changes directions.
Videos late Friday. He says they...
I'm not directly talking to you, but now that you're here, the Armenian, given your perspective, the arcing light may not have been the direct source of the sound. It could have been something else. Right. A fairy farted in the sky at the same time this meteor came down, and that arc you're seeing is an atmospheric illusion because the sun's rays, because there's an increase in solar radiation, and so there's this effect of a directionality of meteors in our sky, which appears to be as if the meteor is changing directions, but it's not. That is an equally plausible description of this potential theory. But I'm gonna go with something else.
They do not appear to show a meteor, and says this does not sound like a meteor entering the atmosphere. So
meteors don't arc.
Oh, we may not know yet if it really was a meteor shaking up West Michigan Thursday night, but
there's lots of things to see up there, and you never know what...
It's aliens. I'm kidding. I don't know what it is.
What you're going to get. So you might get lucky and see a meteor coming to the atmosphere, you know?
Michael Martin, Fox 17.
That thing literally changed directions. Look. It's going up and then instantly arcs to the right. The aliens are fighting in the skies.
In news.
I said it. I don't care what you think anymore. I don't even care. Brian Johnson says on Twitter, David Grush needs your help. He could use some backup in the form of the other whistleblowers going public. Karaoke, yes. Correct. Let's take our country back. Let's take our country back from the deep state who's keeping the information about the aliens from us. A lot of people are saying, folks, the aliens are here. Can you believe it? They're here, folks. But they don't want you to know. Sleepy Bryson doesn't want you to know that aliens are here. Sleepy Bryson. A lot of people are calling him that nowadays. Can you... Sleepy Bryson. You know, the toilet paper, all of the toilet paper is... If you just flush it, there's a lot of problems, folks. We got a lot of problems. And one of those problems is clogged toilets from too much toilet paper, folks. Can you believe it? We're using too much water. According to Sleepy Bryson, everything's fine, folks. He wants to make you buy efficient light sockets. Can you believe it, folks? Take our country back. We must go back to fire lanterns. We must go back to the days of horse and buggy when we had true freedoms, folks. Like the great Robert E. Lee said, blacks are not... all people deserve freedom, folks. America loves and fully supports you, and the entire planet is rooting you on as we take down this wall of illegal secrecy. So what is this? This is a call to help. You're never gonna forget, Bryson. We will not let you. # never forget. Firstly, to all cherished Americans planning on testifying in 2023, next month probably. Firstly, we want to express a tremendous amount of gratitude for your decision to inform members of Congress and AARO of what you've learned about non-human intelligences operating on Earth and elsewhere. As you are probably aware, since 1947, there has been a pervasive and intensive governmental-driven campaign to both discredit and ridicule the undeniable reality of the existence of aliens. A campaign which has greatly harmed experiencers while holding back the rest of global humanity. Some scientific and technological advancements have been sequestered or weaponized instead of benefiting humanity. In these precarious times, with the dual ongoing planetary threats of nuclear war and climate change, in addition to atmospheric, oceanic, and soil pollution, our country and planet could greatly benefit from your testimony. Our species deserves to know the truth about its origin, its development, its sentient neighbors, and the existence of other sentient life in the universe. Man. I think this is for the normies, because there's a lot of things. Any testimony you can give to Congress would represent an enormous step forward in our knowledge of this heretofore denied reality, a highly significant and historic contribution to humanity, and be welcomed worldwide by all experiencers whose contact with non-human intelligences has created emotional torment and fractured relationships with family, friends, and coworkers. Space brothers are causing emotional torment, fractured relationships, and family and friends and coworkers, folks. It's really happening. A lot of people are saying they're having these experiences. A lot of people are saying you should... They're causing torment, emotional fractures, folks. In closing, we want you to know that there are many people who are cheering on your efforts, eagerly waiting your testimony, and immensely proud of your bravery. I am a better writer than I am anything else, to be honest. I gotta start writing again. Because there's so much to the... Oh my gosh.
The Abyss is one of the best alien movies ever made, but you can't buy it in stores and it's currently unavailable for streaming, legally. But I'm gonna get...
Legally? I'm not saying I know what he's talking about, matey. Matey, I'm not sure what he's talking about, matey. I'm going to go grab me booty on the internet. Not that booty.
Give away a 2-disc DVD set of The Abyss to one lucky follower. Just go over to my YouTube channel, The Fifth Pillar of Emphasis 692, and watch this video for details on how to win. Good luck. The Abyss.
It's a good movie. There was so much stuff I wanted to share with you guys today. I gotta get to... I do have up there that I'm gonna be gaming, so... A lot of people are saying... I'm afraid of the fact that we've had 14 documented near-miss instances with our aircraft. Let's check it out, y'all. Let's check out what Tim Burchett says on the internet, on the interwebs.
Congressman, good to have you with us. You may have heard at the very end of the debate, we asked a question about this to Governor Christie for New Jersey. There were sort of some laughs in the room, partly because of what he was saying. But here was his answer to the actual question. Watch.
The job of the President of the United States is to level with the American people about everything. Whether it was UFOs or this problem of education, and Tim's right, by the way, and I started this in 2010 by going right after the teachers' unions in New Jersey and drove them down.
Christie, UFOs not biggest threat to country. Oh my gosh.
Down to an all-time low popularity rating because they were putting themselves before our kids. That is the biggest threat to our country, not UFOs.
Okay, Congressman raises the question, how much of a threat do you believe these UAPs are to our national security? Tell me.
Well, in the expert testimony we had, and thank y'all so much for having me on this and not playing the thing from X-Files when I come on. But in the actual professional testimony we had, these are sworn veterans, they all agreed that it was a threat. I contend if they had this incredible technology, which was described in the sworn testimony, that they could have reduced us to carbon a long time ago. So I'm not that afraid of them, but I am afraid of the fact that we've had 14 documented near-miss incidents with our $60 million aircraft, but worse than that, American pilots, American fighting men and women are put in harm's way. And our government on one side tells us they don't exist, but yet say this film that you're looking at right here, the Tic Tac video, not TikTok like the communist Chinese propaganda, Tic Tac.
Dang, he never misses a beat. Like the Chinese Communist Party of the Ching Chong Bing Bong people.
Act like the breath.
Holy fook, we too low, bing dang ow.
Is showing a craft with no heat signature, able to fly underwater with little or no friction, come out of the water and fly, and you hear the pilots, they're laughing about it. And I've talked to those pilots, they're the best in the world. They couldn't keep up with it. They said there's nothing on this planet that has those kind of credentials. And I've been briefed in secure settings. I've been told in off-the-record conversations, I've viewed things that would generally, be headlines across the world, but yet we continue to deny that this exists when it's right there in front of us. And our Pentagon, though, oddly enough, on one hand is saying, I call them the war pimps, because that's really what they are. They're in the business of selling war to this nation and putting Americans in harm's way for profit. They are saying they don't exist, but now they're saying, well, give us extra money and we'll study this thing. And in fact, they've been taking millions of dollars to do that. And, the Pentagon has never passed an audit. They lose billions of dollars. They have a large percentage of their assets are unaccounted for, yet.
Hence, misappropriation of funds.
They want
It's why Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez is interested in is the misappropriation of funds.
To give us more money to study something they say does not exist. I just say, let's have some transparency.
I'm sure they would take issue with your characterization of them at the Pentagon, but you're entitled to your opinion on that.
Huh? What'd she say?
Take issue with your characterization of them at the Pentagon, but you're entitled to your opinion on that. Here is...
Oh, guys. Her handler just told her, you better shut him down right now. Listen to this. I'm not going to let...
I just say, let's have some transparency.
I'm sure they would take issue with your characterization of them at the Pentagon, but...
Yeah, her handlers were literally like, you better shut him down right now. Shut him down right now. Oh my gosh, he's talking about the Pentagon. We're going to get bombed by tomorrow afternoon. All of our systems will be down. We're going to lose all of our funding. The CIA will no longer provide us with content to tell the people about how to be scared about black people and Asians. Please, tell them to stop right now.
But you're entitled to...
Get back to the racist stuff immediately.
your opinion on that. Here is Mr. Grush talking about, he's the Air Force veterans, answering another question in that hearing. Watch this.
Mr. Grush, finally, do you believe that our government is in possession of UAPs?
Absolutely.
Dang, they cut him off at absolutely, which if you're just a regular person watching this, you're thinking, what? Based off of what? If you were a normie out there, right? You're chilling at home, eating popcorn and stuff like that, you know, with your fam, just chilling, watching the War of the Worlds, and you hear this guy, this random dude that you've never heard of called David Grush. By the way, this is not how I see it. This is how normies see it. To be clear, David Grush is a hero. You see that if you're a normie and you see him, absolutely cut off. Based off of what? We're just supposed to trust this guy? They did that on purpose. Do not be a freaking fool. And if you are, I'll call you out, but not here, y'all. I'm not gonna let you be fools to the reality of what's going on here. She has handlers. They are literally in her ear right now, guiding her through this process.
All right, just a final thought. What do you expect will move the ball forward next on this issue so that everyone can have a better understanding about the 510 identified reports of these sorts of issues out there, sir?
Nothing's going to happen until it's politically advantageous. To the people of this country, wake up and say, show me the files. I would tell you to contact your congressmen and senators and say, show us what's going on. Quit with the stonewalling. Let's appoint this special committee that has subpoena power that can call these people in. David Grush is a decorated veteran, and yet he's been outed as someone with PTSD by the intelligence community. We are over the target. They are afraid, and they're showing their true ilk right now.
Well, we've seen some acknowledgement on the part of the White House that they believe this is an issue for our military, so it seems like it should be getting the attention that it deserves. If it's nothing, the American people need to know.
I have to do it because I know people are going to miss this. They're going to miss this.
Like it should be getting the attention that it deserves. If it's nothing.
You guys catch that, or do I need to replay that again? Okay? This is what people do when they want to create. They're giving you, because what you don't understand is that neuro-linguistic programming is real. It's real, guys and gals and demigods and non-binaries. It is real, okay? What they do is they make a statement like this. They pose, some. If it's getting the attention it deserves, if it's nothing, okay? Your brain, a lot of people aren't able to understand what's happening in their consciousness in that moment. She knows what she's doing. Maybe she's actually just like they were just like feeding her the lines in her earpiece. I don't know. But whoever wrote that knows exactly what they're doing. They are they're initially creating this. They're setting the tone for how your brain receives this information. Random guy tells you to believe him. Trust me, bro. The Pentagon, you're mischaracterizing the Pentagon's intentions. That's based off you, Mr. Burchett. Oh, it's probably nothing. You know how I know? Because the Pentagon, they're going to give it the attention it deserves if it's nothing. And now I'll give it the, okay, but in some, I assume, are good UFOs. I assume, that's it. They're not, guys, these whistleblowers are not bringing their best, folks. They're bringing cheeky photos, cheeky videos. They're bringing blurry photos. And some I assume is good data. But they got a lot of problems, folks.
The American people need to know, and if it isn't, we need to know that.
What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Hold on.
This is an issue for our military, so it seems like it should be getting the attention that it deserves. If it's nothing, the American people need to know, and if it isn't, we need to know that as well.
What does that mean? Come on. Did anybody catch that? That's a double negative. That's a Freudian slip, but it's not Freudian. It's not a slip. It's purposeful. If it's nothing, the American people need to know, and if it isn't. If it isn't nothing? Are you kidding me? Is anybody else stupid enough to not catch what she just did just now? You please tell me that nobody is stupid enough to catch what she just did, or to not catch it. You caught that, right? If it's nothing, the American people need to know, and if it isn't nothing, I do this for you guys. I do it for you.
Sir, thank you. Congressman Burchett, thank you very much for being here today.
Don't be fooled by the fact that they're covering it. Pay attention to how they're covering it, okay? It's how they're covering it that's important. Do not be fooled, people. This is it. This is what it means. Like, linguistics are very important. If I said, listen, I'm not racist, I just think that black people are actually they're everybody, okay? And I know that you guys get really sensitive about the racist stuff. Just grow up. Let's say that for I don't hate, I think black people are just as equal as anybody else. I just think that everybody is genetically different. I mean, look, there are tall people and short people. The reason why there aren't a lot of black people in business isn't because they're less than anybody else. They just think differently than other people do. Huh? What does that mean? What does that mean? Don't be stupid. Okay, guys? I'm not going to let you be stupid, because honestly, it's moments like that, those little nuances of language, the linguistics of it all. They tell you all about a person. They tell you everything you need to know. Everything you need to know. They're not always Freudian slips, but a lot of times they're Freudian slips. If somebody said, Marquise, you don't know what you're talking about, you're wrong. Is that racist? Of course not. Don't be stupid. If they said, out of nowhere, like in the middle of a conversation, you're ignorant. You're an ignorant person. Do I know for a fact that that person is racist? Absolutely. How would I know? But if all they've been doing for the last, I don't know, several weeks has been telling me how black people are intellectually inferior, and then they call me ignorant in the middle of a conversation, just at random, I'm gonna assume they probably think that I'm also, because I'm black, intellectually inferior to them. Right? These nuances of language that these people are doing. Oh, aliens. Oh, you believe? Can you, Mr. Burchett? I want to bring you on to talk about what you tell me. Oh, I believe that there are aliens out there and that the government ain't telling the truth about them, and I think we need transparency, dadgummit. And she's like, well, you know, the government's doing a great job, and if there's nothing there, then you know. But if there isn't anything there, wait, what? What did you say? What was that word salad you said, miss? She's playing you. She's playing you, y'all. 100%. Hopefully Mike Turner gets elected out. We'll see. Oh my gosh. I can't see any more of these things. I can't. No more of that stuff. I'm not polluting the channel with that stuff. Last thing before I send that Zoom link for you all. What's up? This is by Ross Coulthard, a retweet of Christopher Mellon. Very important news story from Christopher Mellon. Why are United States Air Force pilots not reporting serious UAP incursions to the DoD Aero, as is now mandated by law? What's up, the American multi-billion-dollar air defense system? We spent tens of billions to create the most extensive air and space surveillance system in the world. I know you guys missed that. The most expensive air and space surveillance system. The most expensive air and space surveillance system. Meanwhile, NASA, we're not going to look at that. We're going to look at people's cell phone cameras. Meanwhile, the UFO community, we need to take more photos of all of the lights in the sky. Lights in the sky, pictures of lights in the sky. Blur, 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 blur. See, we need more of that. Meanwhile, a multi-billion-dollar air defense system that is monitoring the air and space of our whole planet. We in the world. We don't want to look at that though. We want Nancy, right? We want to go to Nancy. We want to get her blurry orb photo, okay? We want to get her. We can't tell if it's what it is, but we're gonna get that, and we're gonna say, we don't know what it is, folks. We've studied these things. We studied thousands of UFO pictures and videos from the civilian sector, and we've discovered that I don't know what it is. Okay, see ya. It's been fun, guys. Oh, by the way, Bart Simpson. Meanwhile, why do we need the military? We need that data, doofuses. Yes, I'm talking to you if you believe that. Listen, I think it's important that people capture photos and videos. I think it's important. But if you believe in your brain, in your head, in your brain your consciousness, okay? If you believe that in there, this is what you're thinking. I think we need to get them civilian blurry photos to tell the truth about the phenomena. Also, experiencers, but not the ones that experience things I don't like though. If you believe this, okay, you need to seek help. I know I do too, but for different reasons. But this is different because there's something cognitively going on here that we haven't figured out yet. They have a multi-billion-dollar air defense system with data that's been surveilling the skies and space. The best in the world. They have it. They have it. We don't want that data. We want the blurry Bigfoot photos. We want the blurry orb photos. We want the sketchy stories about alien visitations and impregnations. We want give me all that. And I don't want the 4K photos of alien sitting there drinking margaritas on a spaceship, laughing at the destruction that human beings are causing to themselves. We don't want the Greys up there just sipping on gin and juice, listening to Snoop Dogg, literally crip walking on the spaceship. They got video of it, I'm sure. They got video of aliens literally crip walking on the spaceship, listening to rap music, talking about, hey, y'all, throwing up gang signs because they think it's cool, wondering why people are so stupid. You don't want that. You don't want to see that. You guys don't listen. The people do not want to see that data. They want the blurry Bigfoot photos and the orb photos that you can barely tell what the freak it is. They don't want conclusive, obvious, that's not human. They want to say it's Project Bluebeam. They want to say, oh, it's probably an ARV. That is an alien reproduction vehicle. That's what they want. They want that. They want that's an ARV right there. That's a human made. Meanwhile, they have full 4K resolution, three-dimensionally recreated object recognition stuff in where there's an armada in freaking Earth's orbit, literally chilling right below the visible spectrum that your camera will never be able to pick up. Never be able to pick up. They got that. Again, they got aliens up there having parties, if you will, after going on to certain they literally are abducting people, bringing them to space, having these very interesting adult parties with the aliens up there just throwing champagne all over the craft because they can just eject it through molecular ejection of, their spacecraft. While there's a bunch of chicks up there, a bunch of OnlyFans models in the spacecraft. They got all that in 4K. They're selling it on the black market right now. Don't Google it. It's disturbing. Meanwhile, you guys want to see somebody's blurry Bigfoot photos. Not all of you, chat. You know who I'm talking about. If you're listening to this saying, that's not true, that's where all the data is. If you're one of those people, no, it's the love light beings that came into my bed. Oh, can you tell me about that? Well, last night I was laying down and I saw a light in my bedroom and I just knew that it was here to save me. Wait, that's your data point? Yes, and you're just a fearmonger, they're throwing parties in space in this captured in 4K by this multi-billion-dollar air defense system with all these OnlyFans models in the spacecraft dancing with big-headed, black-eyed, gray aliens and insectoids, and you're talking about the blurry freaking orb photos or where the real date is? You know what? This is what gets me all riled up. All right, y'all, I'm done. I'm gonna. I think you understand how frustrated I am. Dag nabbit. Dadgummit. I did watch Nope. I watched it. One of the viewers kept bugging me about it for months, and I finally watched it. Finally. Send the link in the Discord, y'all. Hit me up. My gosh. There's someone at the very end, he says something really interesting. The tragedies of Pearl Harbor and September 11th both involve failures of air defenses. This is crazy that he does this. The tragedies of Pearl Harbor and September 11th, you guys know what they are. Please tell me you know what they are. If you don't, well, I can explain that. If you're not from the US, you may not know. Both involve failures of our air defense system. The extraterrestrial hypothesis is a valid and serious issue. Okay, you don't combine those two together without... but that controversial topic should not distract Congress from its important duty to assess the effectiveness of America's air and defense surveillance systems. From a national security standpoint, the country needs to know how effectively this massive and complex system is functioning. That won't happen until Congress presses for answers regarding the performance of systems whose effectiveness have recently been brought into doubt by the Chinese balloon incident and the soaring number of UAP reports from U.S. military personnel. Answers to these questions could also provide substantial new insights into the nature of and extent of UAP activity over the U.S. Guys, listen to me. This man, Christopher Mellon, has seen 4K photos of undeniable. I'm telling you, he's seen them. Do you understand? He's seen them. Why is he meshing together the tragedies of Pearl Harbor and the UAP situation, the extraterrestrial hypothesis? Why is he doing that? Because they have actual footage, like 4K undeniable footage. If you don't believe what he says, it's because you don't want to. And you would prefer to get the blurry photos so you can speculate about possibilities that are not real, that you can make. Look, I saw a blurry orb in my. I took a picture of it. Oh, guess what? It's probably the Zeta Reticulans here to help us push to another. You can make that hypothesis if you haven't seen them OnlyFans models dancing on alien, tables. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm talking about. What's up? What's up, guys? What's up?
What's going on, man? How are you?
I'm doing great. How you guys?
What's going on, Bryson?
What's up?
My gosh. Freaking. So how do you guys feel about my rant today? What's up, man? Let's talk about it.
Oh, man, there was a lot to unpack over there.
I was going insane. I've been watching these things the last, 20. I've been really at it. I've been trying to take a break. I took a break a little bit less. When I say break, I mean I wasn't doing 6 hours on Twitter a day. I took a little bit of a break, but I was going crazy because I needed to get back into the groove of things. Now this week, I'm being told that they tried to get me to take a break on Spaced Out Radio, and I told them no. So I'll be doing Spaced Out Radio this weekend because I just can't. I gotta keep going. I can't miss a beat. So.
Yeah, man, you should. I think. Yeah, it's all about the snowballing effect of getting people from some of the viewers over there that come over here. It's a good thing to keep it going, and you're pretty hot right now. People are watching, people are paying attention. So yeah, man, I keep it going for sure.
Yeah, I got hit up by. There are people that want to help me with marketing now, and there are people that are watching my. I didn't even know how. I honestly didn't realize how many people were watching me. I got hit up by some people. Michael Carter hit me up this morning, said I've been watching, man. Stay, hold on. Essentially, don't give up. And Michael Carter, he has a more positive outlook. So the fact that he's telling me don't. He's kind of giving me that encouragement too from the sideline. I didn't even know he watches me. I got to be careful because I get a little edgy on here.
Hello,
people are watching. Karaoke, what's up, man? What's up?
How you doing, Karaoke?
Yeah. So.
Well, I'm a bit better today than I was yesterday.
That's good, man.
Man. Yesterday you were pretty bad. Yeah.
my phone is in the phone hospital, and this time tomorrow, things will be good.
Good, man. No more depression. We're here for you, brother.
I just tried. I wanted the background like the Armenian and Bryce in there, and it didn't work.
The background? What do you mean?
You know, like a background behind me, sort of.
Oh, you mean? Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah.
Oh, this is not a background. I'm actually out in space.
Oh,
this guy.
You're part of the secret space program, are you? Okay,
I can't stand this guy. Yo. Yeah. I'm also, by the way, nerding out on Starfield. As you can see, my YouTube history is sickeningly painting a very clear picture about my obsession with Starfield. So
don't ask me to look at YouTube when you know I can't. I've got no phone. I can't look at anything. My life is over.
My life is over. Dang.
Your life's just starting.
It's only just begun. Yeah. So, what do you guys think about the Christopher Mellon article? I didn't read the whole article. I could if you guys want me to. It's a really good article. It's an old one, but it's really important because
enlighten me.
So,
what are we talking about?
So essentially, we're talking about, first of all, the misdirection of the media and how people are being fooled by the fact that there's coverage of the phenomena, but it's not favorable coverage. It's literally coverage that's trying to cast doubt and to try to continue to make this topic a jest to the world, when really there's a serious issue that the government and the military is very well aware of. But people are like, oh, at least, for example, Fox News is covering it. Meanwhile, Fox News covering it is literally just like crapping on the topic.
Is that rubbish that you just showed us?
Yes, it is. That's part of it. There's a lot more. There's a lot more than that.
I know, but it's just like, that's all good stuff for the normies, but us people that know a little bit more, it's like, yeah. I didn't even watch the end. Did they start playing the X-Files music and all of that?
Yeah, but the thing is though, is that there are a lot of people in the UFO. Remember, I kind of joked about this at the end of this, looking at the content there. People they really do believe.
Yeah, and they're folded, aren't they?
Yeah, in the community, by the way, like researchers. There's researchers on Twitter, right? Again, I told you I tried to see off. I tried. There's researchers on Twitter right now, okay, big ones, that are banking on the whole idea of like ignore the 4K footage that the military has for like civilian. They're pulling the NASA card. NASA, we're gonna look at this UFO data, but only on the civilian side, not the classified side, not the stuff that has the best camera footage, not the best multi-billion-dollar camera systems. We're gonna use your 16 megapixel or 108 megapixel camera that can't take very good photos from at a distance at all. Have you seen the ability of a cell phone camera to take distant pic? It's ridiculously bad, okay? They use a lot of artificial intelligence to try to make up for how bad it is, but ultimately, it's trash. When they have literally satellites that can take a picture of your hair, your nose hairs, if you look in the sky, and count them right now, automatically. So they don't want to see that stuff. Like, they're not going to look at that. They're going to look at our cell phone camera. Look at your cell phone. They wouldn't look at that.
Yeah, I don't know who those people are, but it's pretty obvious right now, at least, that there's such a pushback going on after those hearings, especially, and it's always been a push and pull. When we strike for disclosure and we do it in such a way where everybody's listening, the other side is definitely gonna push back in such a way that they don't want credibility. So there's always been this push and pull. So the people that are actually saying don't look at the government footage, things like that, I don't know who those people are. I don't agree with that, but I do know that personally, I believe after such a big hearing and a lot of really clear government footage, there's gonna be a pushback to where they're not gonna release that much more all at once. I think the the drip system is in effect, and after such a huge data overload that I think the public got after those hearings, I think they're definitely pulling back, because I'm sure they have analytics on how many people are actually talking about this. So I'm sure they're carefully monitoring it, and they're trying to make sure that it's done in such a way where it's not going to cause a panic.
Yeah. You know, I want to tell you something, man. I can't say who, but there is a UFO. You know, again, I got to say this again. I genuinely appreciate what you guys did for me the other day. And although I apologize for kind of being weak, but I really appreciate what you did. It was a big deal to me and my family. So just so I wanted to tell you some good news here in a minute, but ultimately we are making a sacrifice. Of course, the unicorn is going to do this. She's the one making the biggest sacrifice here to try to make sure that this stays alive. She's gonna. We're gonna make some changes. She literally was sitting at her computer last night for hours, trying to figure out how we can squeeze enough money from savings and from what we do from other projects, her business, the little bit that my business makes on the side here, to see how we can make it at least until early next year, to try to make this show work until next year, just in case I can't get any funding from everything. So there's a lot. You guys have helped. You guys have really been a big factor in why I'm still doing this. To be honest with you, to this day, like I honestly wanted to quit. You know this. I wanted to quit. So, thank you.
Awesome, man. That's great to hear. Very happy for you.
Yeah, for sure, man. I love doing this. She knows I love doing this. She believes in me. By the way, you also inspire her, because she's like, look at how many people support you. Like, you can't just, you owe them. You've got them all, following you and believing in you, and you gotta respect that. And she's right, and you guys are right too. So anyway, that's one of the good news I wanted to tell you. But also, so this is what's going on. The reason why I mentioned the whole situation with the people believing that we should not look at the data is because, by implication, what they're suggesting is that we can't trust the government, and so any data coming from them, even if it's satellite footage and so forth, it shouldn't be taken seriously because of how much we distrust them. So I do understand. I understand why they think this. I just feel like that's a dangerous game to play, because we're missing out on a lot of great data by not pushing for, at least trying to get them, forcing them in a sense to give us that data. Pushing for wanting to get that information into our hands. We shouldn't say forget it. We should say, no, give it to us now. That's what we should be doing, in my opinion.
Now, what I'd say to that, and I'm totally going to contradict myself, but it's fun to watch everything, that appears that, this was seen and that was seen, and is it this, isn't that? My story, I don't care. Until something happens, I'm not interested. Now, I'm going to contradict myself.
Okay.
Talking about that video you just showed, Marquise, about the so-called meteor, that wasn't a meteor. You can tell that was an object falling from, I don't know, low Earth orbit, whatever. What do you reckon?
Yeah, it was. I think it was. I mean, I'm not sure what it was exactly, but if I am to speculate, which is what I'm going to do right now, I wonder if it was something more close to the phenomena. Like, what if it was? There's alleged dogfights that are happening between extraterrestrials or whatever they are, according to pilots. So what do you think this is?
You managed to watch that video I posted last week about the night vision goggles thing, looking up people watch the aliens or whatever. There's something up there.
Okay, so I did watch that video. I've seen similar videos, by the way, as well. Maybe I've seen that video before, but there are similar videos that show similar things. And again, I don't know what to. I mean, because keep in mind, remember what I just said here. Until we get that military data, the good stuff, the real good stuff, all it is lights in the sky. We don't know yet. And until
there's one video out there. There's an actor in the UK called Danny Dyer. Any other Brits here would just be laughing now because this guy, well, he's like a soap actor sort of thing. But he actually got involved in researching UFOs, and he went over to the States where you guys, and there's a group of people, he was with a group of people out in the field at night, and they had all these night vision goggles, and there was literally, like I said, it was like that video game Asteroids. There was literally little triangles up in the sky chasing each other, and people were pointing at them with laser pointers saying, look at this one, look at that one. So there is something going on up there, but it's not in our spectrum. Like we can't see it with the naked eye or with cameras, whatever. You have to mess with this night vision equipment to see it, basically, you know. So whatever is happening up there, I don't know, but that, to me, that certainly was not a meteor. You look at things falling from the sky, like when there's a plane, even in World War II, when planes get shot down, you see the arc as they fall out the sky. It's an arc like that. You come up to modern day, like we've all seen the clips at air shows. Tragically, now and again, planes crash, whatever, and the pilot ejects. You look at them aircraft, the way they fall out the sky. It's obviously, that was, to me, that was a large hunk of metal, be it an aircraft, a spaceship, whatever, and it was falling naturally. It wasn't like a meteor that was like, it's got so much power, been travelling for light years, maybe, you know. Big tail behind it. This was some sort of metal object falling from the sky, whether it had been shot down, whether it was a black project that had a malfunction and it was crashing, we don't know. And that noise,
the train track, like the railroad sounding one.
Yeah, well, they reckon after these black projects, they're powered. They've got like a pulse engine or something like that. Like, have you heard about the what was it called? The Aurora aircraft. Apparently, that was a project. It wasn't the name of the actual aircraft. It was the name of the entire project. And apparently, there was pictures have been taken of like a contrail, whatever, through the clouds, and it had like onion rings along it, that sort of thing. And that they reckon that's like a pulse engine or whatever it's called. So maybe it's advanced now that noise was the sound of an engine. I mean, you know.
Whatever that sound is, and I heard a similar sound here maybe 5-6 years ago, like 2 o'clock in the morning, woke me up out of bed. It sounded like a cranking, I don't know what it was. It was so loud. I'm surprised like everyone in the neighborhood didn't wake up. It sounded like a cranking mechanical sound that was super, super loud. And I actually looked at the internet, and there's a lot of instances where people are hearing the same exact type of sound.
Yeah.
My thing is, if this is the clandestine presence that's been operating here, you know, that goes against the whole idea of being clandestine, because if you're making that much noise, you kind of want to be noticed, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah,
saying that,
so
because that's a frustration.
It must be some sort of accident.
I don't know about accident. But, I mean, you know, I'd say unintentional, if you will.
An unintentional occurrence, you know, an accident in the way that it could have been a malfunction or, you know, something like. I don't think it was people were like meant to hear it, sort of thing.
Yeah, I mean, another thing that I think is it's important about what you said is the again, I think the most important thing is the idea that you guys are talking about. It can't be clandestine, because if it's clandestine, then that literally defeats the purpose. Like having the display, the massive display in the sky, is literally the antithetical to the idea of clandestine activities.
And this is not just one occurrence of it.
Yeah, I think
so something's gone wrong, hasn't it?
Well, something's gone wrong, or well,
they're doing it on
obviously.
purpose.
I would. That's also plausible. What I think is, I don't know. I mean, I got to be more open actually, because we don't know. But I will say that, you know, I will hypothesize myself, or theorize, I should say, that they're according to the pilots, there's dogfights in space, and they're keeping it from us because somehow they can. Somehow this whatever's happening is happening in a way that's right in front of our eyes, but still unaffecting the general population. How is that? What the freak is up with that? You know,
well, this is exactly what I was saying about people adjusting night vision goggles or sight scopes, whatever, and they are actually capable of seeing something up there. So maybe there is something happening, but it's not in front of our eyes because our eyes can't see it. And until you mess with, I don't know, military equipment or whatever equipment, then, I mean, I've actually got close. I was going to say this the other night, but I forgot about it. Now, the Armenian, Marquis, you're both ex-military men. Yeah. Do you know, like, you know when you get a sniper, you've always got a guy next to him using a spotting scope. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Spotter, sure.
Yeah.
Well, I bought one of them spotting scopes probably about 8, 9, 10 years ago now. And it's just like a very, well, you know what a spotting scope's like, but for anyone in chat, it's basically like a very small, high-powered telescope. And it's got, you can get them with night vision on, you know, stuff like that. But I just thought, well, I'll give it a go, you know, look up at the sky with it at night, and it's not night vision whatsoever. But boy, apart from looking at the moon, you see some crazy, crazy stuff up there. And I don't know what I'm looking at. You know, people that are really, really into it, they've got these mega high-powered telescopes and actually look at the moon and they say they can see lights up there and movement. Well, I wouldn't say I was that good. This thing I bought is that good to see anything on the moon, but certainly I'd be looking, I'd be like, what the hell is that? I mean, don't get me wrong, I was drunk at the time as well. Yeah. You know, it's coming home after the pub, I'm thinking, yeah, come on, let's have a look. I'm like, what's going on? I don't know what I'm looking at, but that was the curious side of me, you know, so now...
I mean, being drunk doesn't mean you can't see something, though. Being drunk, I hate that if people...
100%.
Yeah, I know, but it's like, you know, I was probably going there to work the next day saying, I saw Santa Claus last night, you know, that sort of thing. But one thing I would be prepared to do is check out this night vision stuff. And I'm that committed. I'll probably, even if it costs like a lot of money, if I had enough proof that, yeah, you can get it adjusted and possibly see stuff, then I'd probably give that a go. I've just got to find somewhere the videos they took of, because they actually, like, they put the film camera, whatever, how they done it, on the actual lens, you know, so you could see on screen exactly what was happening up there. And when you see it, it's a bit of a mind, it blew my mind. I thought, yeah, I've got to get into this somehow. And that is the nearest thing to, you know what I'm all about. I've got to see it with my own eyes. And if that means, you know, there's a possibility, then I'll do it. I've just got to find out what you've got to do, what you've got to buy, and how whether you can adjust it yourself or you've got to send it away to get it professionally done. I don't know. So
the problem with that is it just costs so much money for average civilian person to get that kind of tech 100%, like Marquis is saying.
That's what I'm saying. If there's enough evidence there, if I see enough videos and I think, actually, yeah, there's a point here. I mean, put it like this, it's been going on for so long now. There may even be like a few clubs around, you know, where people...
Like a meetup group or something like that?
Yeah, like you know, you get Sasquatch groups, they go out and the weekend try and find big... There might be a group of people somewhere.
Nobody doesn't like the Sasquatch people, though. Those people are real, man.
Yeah, but I'm not talking blurry Bigfoot photos. I'm talking... I've seen evidence of this, you know, and like I say, there's a few people in this country like pop stars and actors and stuff like that. They've got the means, they've got the money.
I mean, if these things are real, and I definitely contend that they are, they're gonna show up somewhere on the electromagnetic spectrum, and we're gonna be able to record it in one way or another. And we don't have access to every part of that spectrum.
That's the thing. That's the thing that I'm talking about. They actually mention this in ufology. They mention the fact that there's technology that the military has. You know, again, multi-billion-dollar pieces of technology where they're observing things outside of the visible spectrum of light.
Exactly.
They're like breaking the laws
like you said, Marquise, there's something happening right in front of our eyes, but we don't know what it is. So if I can crack what that is, find out, even if it's like a fleeting glimpse for a couple of seconds, then that's it. I'll be talking from a totally different point of view with you guys every night.
I mean, what Bryson mentioned yesterday with the Brown Mountain Lights, we have access to that. I mean, if this is a common occurrence, we can actually go out there with, I didn't even know about this, right? Did you know about this, Marquise?
I didn't know about it until yesterday. What do you you're talking about the Brown Mountain Lights, right? I didn't know about it until yesterday. No.
I mean, if this is an observable phenomenon, and Bryson was mentioning that this is a more common occurrence than your regular UFO sighting, I mean, people can actually go out there and like a boots on the ground type of movement with cameras and what we have access to, and maybe record these.
Yeah, but what's the quality? What's the quality of data, and what's the effect of collecting that data? I think that it's important, but I think in terms of what we should invest most of our energy into, it's getting the raw data from those multi-billion-dollar surveillance systems.
100%. I completely agree. Unfortunately, they keep blocking that for us.
Because of our apathy. Because of our apathy, and because of our.
I think there's a real pushback from the people that have this.
What I'm saying is, forget about all the data and stuff like that. Just satisfy. Just see something with your own eye. It doesn't matter if you do it like every night of the week and you record it, you write down what time it happens. No, just go to that mountain and see something with your own two eyes. I mean, that's what these guys did in this country. You remember I said they crowdfunded and they went to Peru. Apparently there's this mountain that has all the lights around it, and the locals, because they're highly religious down there, they're just like, it's the angels or whatever, but these guys in the UK who actually went down there and saw it, and I think that's, if I lived over there in the States where you guys are, and if I heard anything about like this mountain's got lights, that mountain's got lights, I'd be driving 1,000 miles every night, or just to see it myself.
I'm gonna stick to my guns on this one. I think that it is important. What you're saying is absolutely. I mean, what talking about that kind of effort to surveil the skies is important. I strongly feel like that 4K footage is more important than anything. We need that 4K. We need to get them OnlyFans on video and them alien spacecraft dancing on the metal tables with all them instruments. You know what I'm saying? We need that kind of data, because if we're gonna get nothing but lights in the sky, it'll always just be lights in the sky. It has no impact on our consciousness. But if we get 4K,
I've never seen lights in the sky. That'd be amazing. I wouldn't care if it was something I couldn't explain. I'd be happy.
Think about this, right? You would be. But that's only satisfying your own curiosity. We're trying to make change here, man.
No, I'll deal with all what you want to do and everything, and the data later. Once I've composed myself and thought, right, I've seen something now. It's true, blah blah blah. Because you get people like yourself that have the abduction experiences, things like that. That's totally different in my mind to actually taking the effort, getting out there and thinking, right, let's see what I can, see what I can see, sort of thing.
I think we can walk and chew bubblegum at the same time. We don't have to, we don't have to wait for one or the other to occur. I think there's already people pushing for disclosure hard at a high government level right now, and we can also have the kind of movement that Gary's talking about. I'm totally for that as well. The problem with waiting for people to actually disclose information is the stonewalling and all the other things that are going on, to where we're not getting much, and what we do get is in bits and pieces. And it's funny because it's almost like they released this footage almost where the public opinion wanes so much that no one really cares anymore, and then they throw it in front of your face again when people are in upheaval, like, oh, we want disclosure, and that's the cycle of so we can't just depend on that, is my take on it.
I mean, I agree with that. I don't think we can depend solely on that. I think that if we're not pushing for, so let's put it this way, and I'm going to try to do this again. You know how I think about these things. I try to think about them logically. I try to weigh the effect of what we're doing, and whether or not we should even invest, where we should be investing our energy appropriately. I think that if we were to not be as apathetic and resistant to the idea of those types of surveillance technologies and the data that they've collected, and we were to focus on pushing for transparency onto that, and I don't mean like what we're doing now is denying that anything's even, we're doing the government's job for them. We're doing the DOD's job for them. And when I say government, I mean the clandestine people, not the government. Like Biden he's still taking his nap, probably during a press conference. What I'm talking about is like the people that are they're keeping this information from us. The Mike Turners of this conversation, the generals, the rear admirals at Air Force bases that are keeping this information. Those guys realize that there are people in the UFO community who are real gung-ho about this, who are like, we can't trust it anyway. And so they capitalize on that. We are giving them fuel. We're fueling their ability to keep the information from us by telling them that even if they did give it to us, we wouldn't trust it anyway. By creating further doubt into the minds of the general public, because, hey, look, even the dark journalists, for example, or whoever, this is why it's hard for me, like these people, like Mick West, look, yeah, there's this data out there, but look, he says there's nothing there. We're giving the credibility to the obfuscation. We're literally fueling it. We can't do that. We have to talk about how important it is to get that data, because that's the data that's going to tell us what this is. It's not going to say, well, we got lights in Michigan, and by just real quick, I'm sorry, we caught lights in Michigan. Oh wow, what happened? Well, there were lights in the sky. Oh, okay, so what was it? I don't know. That's what comes out of that, guys.
This goes into what you were saying the other night about you get people having to go at you on whatever chat, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
No matter what you do, you will always get somebody trying to disprove you, whether it's Mick West or in whatever field. I watched, this will sound funny, but I watched, I can't remember which one it was, but Spider-Man on, the one where all three of the Spider-Man.
The last one. Yeah, the last one.
Yeah. And it's like, the guy's a superhero, just trying to do his best, but saving lives, but there's people against him. J. Jonah Jameson's going, no, he's a criminal, he's not our friend, he's, and it's like, I know that's a crazy, stupid little analogy, but no matter what you do in life, somebody somewhere will be trying to shoot you down in flames,
Well, yeah, that's fine. I have to accept that, but I think that we forget those people. We need to do something about how the attention that we're bringing about these issues. We need to focus on the things and have the right conversation and language to influence the consciousness of people. If I say, listen, guys, in Wisconsin there was a really amazing encounter that, I mean, I'm telling you guys, there's something here to the UFO phenomena because they saw it. And then somebody's listening and then they go watch it, and it's some lady in her bedroom taking pictures of like flies that are going across her camera, but they look like orbs, and you can't tell, but like that's what's going to go into the consciousness of the public. Now, to us, we understand that there's a lot of other information that might make that lady. By the way, there's people that do this, by the way. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, because it does happen, by the way. They capture orbs on their cameras, on their door cameras and stuff like that. This stuff's real. But if I were to show that to a normie, they're going to literally, in their consciousness, that's our best data. Because listen to what we just said. Look at how amazing that's among us. We need to keep that among us. What the normies need to hear is the government has 4K footage of this information. You need to be telling them to give it to us. Listen to the conversation that the government's having. Listen to the fact that they're whistleblowers. That's what we need to talk about to the people, because in their consciousness, it's going to make them think that they need to focus on this. And they're the ones that need to be involved in this, not the couple hundred million people. Sorry, couple hundred thousand, maybe there's like 100,000 people or something like that in the UFO community in the U.S. There are 350 plus million people in this country. They all need to see that it's not orbs in someone's backyard that you can't tell what the heck it is and have no effect on someone's life anyway. They need to hear about the government and the military's data.
I think if you actually see something yourself with your own eyes, it would just
but who's doing it? But not everybody's seeing stuff, man.
No, what I'm saying is, for me personally, for anyone, if you saw something, you got to think of like James Fox, that film he made, I Know What I Saw.
Mm-hmm.
That would be me. If I got these like night vision scope and it took me a year to actually get it working and seeing it, and if I did have a result, I'd be like, I don't care what you're telling me, government or whoever. I know what I saw.
Now, how do you?
Both of you guys have valid points, though. By the way, both of you are very valid. I definitely think the normies need that kind of information from the government to be able to even take this stuff seriously. I completely agree with that, Marquise, and I also agree with Garioki that experience is better than anything else that anybody's going to provide you. So they're not, both of you guys are right in both of your perspectives. I just want to put that out there. But I 100% agree with Marquise. If normies don't see this stuff coming from NASA, coming from Pentagon, DOD, and or the Air Force, Navy, footage like that's in 4K, you cannot deny this stuff type footage, then people are definitely gonna believe it more, and it's gonna enter our conscious realm more as a society.
But they also say it's the younger generation. They will believe it if it was announced, disclosure, there's alien races. The younger generation would be like, yeah.
They're going to accept it. I got to be clear too, because I guess I did. It sounded like I was contending. I think you're right, Garioki. I 100% think when people see something, it doesn't matter what anybody shows them; they're going to believe it. The problem is that the UFO phenomena only appears to a few people. It doesn't just show up if it were to show up like Phoenix lights, but not be just lights in the sky, but be a physical craft you can see, no denying, and there's aliens waving in the window seal. That would be an undeniable. Everybody gets it, but that's not what's happening. And so
the thing is, what you're talking about, Marquise, it's like you're going to wait forever for that 4K video.
Of course we are, because we're not focusing on it, because we're not bringing attention to it to the normies. That's kind of my point.
I think if we had another event, anything on the scale of the Phoenix lights occur again, I think we now have way better cameras, technology, and also public support for this kind of thing. So I think if something like that were to occur again, we would have, even if it were just shot by regular normal people, I think it would make a huge, tremendous difference.
You're right, but we have stuff right now. We can hope for a scenario that may happen, but there's something right now that will give us answers unequivocally what's going on. And the people that have the data, we're essentially telling them, well, you don't have to worry about it. Just keep.
I think this is where the deep state, etc., underestimate the power of us, the civilian community, whatever. Because can you imagine if there was something like the Phoenix lights again, any kind of object up there, people would be out there with their phones. It would be on TikTok. They'd have their drones. Everyone's got drones now. There'd be drones up there. Even if it's someone that's got a really, really expensive drone, and they think, right, if I can get up there and get a photograph and sell that photograph to the press tomorrow, the media, then I'm going to make money.
Yeah, there's a monetary incentive for sure.
They're not going to do it out of their own personal curiosity. They're going to be thinking, right, this. I remember my parents telling me about this. It happened I don't know, when was Felix Nights? 97, something like that. But I think this is where they underestimate the power of the people, because we've got so much more technology and things afforded to us now that we don't have to listen to them so much. We can and will investigate, and check things out more. Even if it's going online to see if there's a local military exercise and were they using flares, that sort of thing. We can do all of that ourselves, can't we?
We can, but not like they can. That's all. That's kind
To a
of
certain degree, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean, again, I would. It would be. The civilian population has been keeping track of this phenomenon, going on excursions and expeditions to the wild and going to locations where there's a lot of things happening allegedly, and we've been doing this for a long time. We don't have anything like what the military has gotten since day one. I mean, day one they got craft. You know what I mean? Like day one, and the day however many 80 years worth, we got nothing but lights in the sky. So if you think that anything's gonna change between anything's gonna change, I feel like we got almost a century of evidence to show that we ain't gonna get what we need to prove what's going on here. We got witness testimony, we got experiencer testimony, we got people that have first-hand contact with the beings, and we still don't know what the heck's going on. We still don't have a general consensus about what's going on, even among people that have seen things, captured things, and all that, because it's still up for interpretation. It's ambiguous. They have the unambiguous, obvious evidence of what the heck is going on, including craft and allegedly biologics, if you will. Bodies and all that stuff since 1947 at least, and if we go back to what David Grush says, since 1933. And again, they know. We don't.
Yes.
And
hopefully all of this will be revealed within the next 6 months because of this law that just, the eminent domain law is a huge step. So I'm like on the edge of my seat waiting for that 6 months to expire to see what actually comes out. Yeah. Because that's real. I mean, that is a huge thing. That's the law being even put into effect like that. Man, that says something. It's like
it is huge. It is huge.
Isn't there a get-out clause? Like if they say if it's something to do with national security, etc., they won't tell you. It's like top secret, blah blah blah.
Well, at least Congress will have it, and there will be more eyes that can see it.
Well, see, this is the thing. If Congress does get it, and it's like the high levels of American politics is aware of all it, they're still not going to tell us.
I don't know. I mean, I saw Matt Gaetz up there. I don't even like Matt Gaetz, and he was
a crazy person.
If there's Mavericks up there like that in Congress that are willing to tell me, I am all for it.
Yep, I said the same thing. I mean, Matt Gaetz literally I don't even want to. I don't want to get into politics and stuff. And I'm sorry. I know I lost a viewer yesterday because of my jokes, my racy jokes. But the thing is this, man. Matt Gaetz is either a racist or he knows his audience is, and he's doing what's best for him politically. He contended some really interesting, blatantly racist stuff in the halls of calling civil rights leaders since that march with Martin Luther King. Anyway, the bottom line is, and when he came out with what he said, I was like, yep, I like him now. I don't even care. Because racism, I'm not going to get rid of his racism, but at least he's pushing for the alien stuff. It's bigger than that. It's bigger than anything. This is bigger than all that crap.
I don't know this guy from Adam, so he's a politician called Matt Gaetz, yeah?
Yeah,
and he's known, obviously, as you say, Marquise, he's known for being like a racist.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, people love him now.
When he actually turns his tune to the UFO subject, he's like, the first thing I'd say is, well, is he doing that to win votes, to become more popular to a...
I don't think so. I don't think so, because if he was, then keep in mind that there's still a stigma. The media still controls the narrative, still, to this day. I don't think that I do not think that at all. It doesn't... There's nothing to suggest that that he's doing it for votes at all. Nothing.
What has he actually come out? Has he made the statement? Is there one thing he's actually said that's
After hearing itself,
dude, he told stuff he wasn't supposed to. He told us things he wasn't supposed to.
Was he the guy that disclosed, that said he'd seen something, or?
Yeah, he's seen a photo that was undeniable. He know it wasn't ours. He said he knows it wasn't human made. He knows it.
And he specifically said that they were trying to stonewall him at the Air Force base that he went to, and he's basically exposing what the military-industrial complex, and along with the Air Force and people up there, are doing to try to stonewall all this information.
So I think the second whistleblower that they was all on about, right? That's his name.
Yeah, Matt Gaetz is his name. Yeah. So that's a huge thing, and other people are on board. So if we, at the end of this 6-month period, from the beginning of the hearings when that law was put into effect to 6 months out, I am really hoping that something changes, and even if we don't get the very specific details of what is out there, a confirmation by Congress, the Intel Committee, whatever that's investigating this, that would be a huge thing for the public to hear. And if that enters the public conscious sphere and people are taking note of it, I think that's gonna be huge.
Yeah, I agree.
But what can we do in the meantime?
I mean, again, what we're doing now, looking at these topics, talking about them, having a dialogue, getting people involved. I mean,
yeah, but what I'm saying, like the way you talk every night, Marquise, it's like, what more can we do than what we're doing now?
there is no more. What else?
Exactly.
What do you write your congressman, right, or whatever? Write the
Well,
politics.
yeah, I know. Yeah, I've done all that before. Written to our MPs, they're called members of parliament. They're our politicians, and it's all it's like I've said before. I'll give up on that side because I've done it all, and it's like I'm banging my head against a brick wall. Nothing ever happens, So but where's Bryson gone? Because I need to ask him a question.
Sleepy Bryson is probably sleeping.
He said he got a package. I think he just stepped away.
He's probably fixing his internet. Like it went funny yesterday, didn't it? So no, because I want Bryson to go into class next because he's doing an electronics class. So I want him to go in here and say, right, I know this mad guy from England.
This mad guy.
He wants to know how to adjust night vision goggles. So I'm going to get the stuff and I'm going to say to Bryson, right, tell me go and find out for me what I need to do because I'm no electrician.
Yeah, man. I mean, I could, I don't know what you did or what you're having issues with, but again, I could help you out if you want to. But
I'm talking about not my phone. I'm talking about, here he comes. I'm talking about, do you know these looking at UFOs?
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah. Sorry.
What do I need to do? Yeah, I'm saying, what do I need to do to them?
I don't know anything about that.
So, Bryson, where did you go?
I had a package.
Right.
It was a food package from HelloFresh, so I need to put it away. Sorry.
No, I was just saying I've got a job for you. When you're in class next, because you're doing electronics and all of that stuff, aren't you?
That's correct.
Are you talking like wiring the household plug, or is it a bit more advanced than that?
I mean, right now it's circuit analysis, so
yes, it's more advanced.
It's DC, AC, electricity.
You sound exactly like the kind of guy I need to talk to. What I'm saying is, I want you to go into class next and say, right, I know a crazy guy from the UK who wants to buy night vision goggles and adjust it to look at aliens having wars up in space.
Bryson, don't do that.
I mean, my teacher's former Air Force.
Dang. Your teacher's all for it?
He's former Air Force, so possibly.
Tell him to hit up the channel, fam.
Yeah, okay. All right, what were you saying, Gary? Ask him about night vision goggles?
Yeah, how do I adjust night vision goggles? I need to find out what I need to do first. But if he's ex-Air Force, like you say, he might just laugh and go, well, actually, yeah, it could be done. Let's try this. So I need to find these documentaries, find these, people doing it and listen carefully to what they actually do. Even if it means me emailing one of them saying, right, I'm interested to, give me the spec of what I need to buy and what I need to do, and I'll do it. Because like I say, if I just saw one tiny thing chasing something else up in the sky, I'd be like, oh my God, look at that.
Gary's a believer.
Gary,
I'm a
Gary, you
believer
can go
now.
to places, I'm sure, near you that are hotspots, and you might not even need to actually get these things. Like, if you're trying to actually convince yourself, I'm sure there's really good hotspots near where you live where people are observing this phenomena.
Well,
yeah, I mean, I do a lot of what do you call it? I guess you can say inference. I think most of how I've developed my thinking about these things is through inference, because we don't have direct access to the data anyway. But for somebody like yourself, you need direct data to trust what you see. The only issue that I see is that, don't believe your lying eye. Even for yourself, with this technology, there's too much room for misunderstandings of the phenomena, especially given that there are illusions in the sky that literally trick us, like Starlink. Starlink, it's so strange. Sometimes it ejects this fuel compartment or whatever that will look like a portal in the sky. People called it a portal. It's literally Starlink. It's literally a satellite, Elon's satellite, or Starlink, which they see these dots in the sky, these dotted lines in the sky. That's actually Starlink. And a lot of people send me videos.
These videos I've seen of people taking data with night vision goggles. That was years before Starlink was.
Yeah, I don't know. But even then, you got to do it for yourself as well. Like, you're trying to do it yourself.
Don't get me wrong.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to say you look up in the sky and you just see one or two little things. No, this is like looking at Star Wars or something. It's like
I'm not that guy. I like people like that.
Ships up there.
I like people who do that because I'm not that guy. I'm not wasting my time when I know that there's multi-billion-dollar systems. But I think that it's important for people that do want to do that to do it, because I feel like for myself, I guess we all have a part in this, right? Every single person, one of us has a different part in this. I'm not that guy, but I think that guy's important, or girl is important, or non-binary, or demigod, or helicopter.
Marquise, you are that guy. We're all that guy, because.
No, I'm not that guy. I don't care. I don't care.
We have really good footage. Like, if you're looking for things making these 90-degree angles up in space, even NASA has unclassified documents. Just look up the space tether, things like that. You'll see a lot of crazy things up there. So we have access to these things.
By the way, Alien Universe, you can plug. I don't have a problem with that. If anybody wants to plug their channel, then you can do that. I'm not like that kind of person.
Yeah, the space tether. I don't know if you saw that, Garioki, but take a look at that if you get a chance. So you'll see a lot of things up in space.
Oh, that's really in space. Yeah, but again, that's their data. You understand?
Right.
Like, you're proving.
I'm all for it, man.
Exactly. They show us what they want us to see. Nothing
there are allegedly civilians who've captured things on the moon, and I've seen some of that footage. I just don't know. What do you trust? What do you trust? I don't know.
Especially with CGI nowadays.
Or with people who are trying to capitalize on the UFO phenomenon because they know people are, very
but that's
gullible.
What I mean. If you do whatever you got to do, if you see it with your own eyes, then that's it. There's no CGI coming through your eyes, is there? Or it's like I said, like James Fox made that film. I know what I saw, and that would be me 100%.
Again,
I know what I saw.
Well, the good thing is it influences people like us, because again, we can learn from. Witness testimony makes sense to us because we understand how the phenomena operates. But I think that for me, my focus is on the unbeliever. I don't like the unbeliever, but the people that are not aware of this phenomena for the last 80 years, or the ones who are like, no, I think it's Neil deGrasse Tyson said, whatever. Like, that's who I'm trying to target with a lot of my content, because those are the people that I think need to get involved to make this a global, to make this effective globally. And not just among the people who just believe in it. That's just my take. That's what I'm trying to do here. I think
there's a really good scientist, that Japanese guy,
Michio Kaku.
Yeah, right. He seems to be getting on board with some of this stuff, which
I think he has
which is really promising to me.
I think somebody's giving him information.
Yeah, he come out with the. He's a physicist, isn't he? Or
he is.
Like that.
Yeah, I think somebody's giving him access.
He's the one that actually come out about level 1 societies, level 2.
The Kardashev scale, I think. Yeah, Kardashev scale.
He came out with all of that, didn't he? So
I don't think he came up with it. I think he brought. I mean, wrote a couple of. I have a couple of his books. Really interesting stuff. I love.
He's on par with Neil deGrasse Tyson as far as credentials go. So if someone like him is,
I think he's
making
far
these kind
more.
of claims,
No, he's far more.
I think he's more. I think he's more on par with like Einstein. That kind of.
Yeah. Sure, but as far as like credentials and accreditation, I think that's a huge thing to have someone like him speak about this.
100%.
Yeah.
Respectfully
But
too, he doesn't just
If I was to spend all my time and effort getting some kind of scope, and I did see something in the sky, I'd share it with you three guys, and that's it. I wouldn't put it on YouTube for people to go, oh no, it's CGI, it's this, it's that. No, I'm not bothered. I'd just be happy to say, look at what I found, fellas. Look at what I've got, and that's it. I wouldn't want it to go any further than that. You know, my own peace of mind would be, I'd be happy with that.
Carson, you gotta talk, man.
What do you want me to say? I'm 100% with Gary on this one.
All right, say it.
Say it.
I'm doing like three things at once.
What you working on? What you working on, bro?
Oh, I'm just chatting on YouTube chats with Alien Universe.
Failing Universe.
Nice. Sorry.
Forgiven.
I guess I should give a bigger perspective. But yeah, I'm totally with Gary on this one. You know, I'm not gonna. I mean, I can ask people. Like, I've got a few people I can ask and say, like, what are your thoughts? And so far, all the answers I've gotten are like, that's cool. Anyway, back to domestic issues.
You know what? You know what? One time I went to my the unicorn's wedding. She does a wedding planner, but I went to one of the weddings to help her out, and there was this kid there, this photographer, and he was like, "Man, I heard you do the UFO thing, and tell me about it." And and then other people were like, "Yeah, we really want to. You know, that's cool. That's really cool that you do that." And so I started talking about it, and I think I scared them. But not by like, oh, the aliens are coming to eat you. No, I just told them about like the government's looking into this, and you know, there's hearings and all, and it scared them. That because the implications are terrifying, to be honest. To them,
it is. You know, there's a saying. You know, you catch more something with honey than like flies, or I don't know.
You catch more bees with honey than fly, or than I don't know. I can't remember either. Now you got
than excrement, basically.
Yeah.
You know, and I know it's a deceitful way of getting people involved in the subject, especially if you believe the opposite is true. But I think if you want to get involved, people in this.
I know what you're gonna say.
Yeah.
I know.
You know where I'm going.
I thought about that too. Actually, I've thought about that too. Again, I jokingly say I might as well just start telling fairy tales if I want people to, because whatever happens, ultimately they just need to know.
Awareness, right?
The only thing is a moral thing. Like, would I be doing a disservice to the truth by entertaining? I've been debating this lately, but because it's possible that I might do that. By the way, just kind of. Hey, did you hear about this lady in Wisconsin? I keep using Wisconsin, I don't know. Who said that she was visited by gray aliens who said that they're from Zeta Reticuli and that they are part of an expedition that's here to help the human race go to another. Yeah, it's really cool. I could do that, and that's far more effective than that there are 18 plus near misses by our pilots from these aliens, that these ships or these craft that they don't know who they're from. They outperform us by worlds. Like whatever they're doing is defying the laws of physics, and we don't know. And we're kind of concerned that they might have some kind of strategic surprise. By the way, Christopher Mellon has an article that compares them to Pearl Harbor and freaking 9/11. That would probably not be the best approach to somebody who doesn't.
Yeah, that's going full R-word, man.
Like, that's a little too much. I get it. I honestly do understand that. I'm not stupid.
It's honey and vinegar. You catch more flies with honey than you do with vinegar.
Yeah.
There you go.
You know, you don't want to be sour in their mouths. But I've been, I asked my brother about it, and he's like, that's cool, but, there's not enough information there for me. That's kind of like where Gary is going. It's the kind of thing that you bring it up with people and you say, hey, have you seen the July 26 UFOs? And they just, shrug their shoulders and say,
Yeah.
okay,
Yeah.
so.
And what does that mean to my life? Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
exactly right.
Well,
How does this
but
affect my life?
this is all our jobs. When it ever happens, people are going to have so many questions.
I know. When that
And
time
who are
comes,
they
we'll be
gonna
there.
ask?
We'll be there.
Mhm.
When the time
Well, I'm
comes.
just wondering how it's going to affect my job prospects if supposedly consciousness is the main driving force of power. I don't know. I have no idea when it comes to electronics and what that's supposed to mean with how these ships fly. You know what I'm saying? Like in
Yeah.
terms of
Well,
it
it'll
being-
just change. All you're doing is preparing the groundwork, cognitively, for a potential different type of science or different understanding of science. If you're capable of understanding mundane science, I should say terrestrial science, then you've essentially displayed that you're capable of going beyond that with whatever new sciences we discover in the future. It's all it is, man. That's all you're doing.
Yeah, I
Even
mean,
if that's
math
the
is a
case.
universal constant.
It's going to be the logistics of operating it that you'll be involved in. Do you remember that? I'm going back now, Bryce, and you're far too young to remember it, but Firefox.
Awesome.
Yeah. Great film with Clint Eastwood. And the Russians had this aircraft. It was like their version of the SR-71 Blackbird. And it was flown by using his mind, his thoughts, that sort of thing. Now, if that's going to be the future, where you use your thoughts, your consciousness, whatever, somebody's got to put all that together, even the helmet you wear, to operate it. They're going to need electricians or whatever to do that, aren't they?
Yeah. I mean,
Gary's not wrong. This is a Clint Eastwood directed movie made from 1982. Wow.
Yeah. It's a fantastic film as well.
It looks interesting. Check that out.
It's all it's real life stuff. There's no CGI or nothing. I mean, we're talking years and years ago, but
Yeah, I mean, 10 years before my time, but it says here, a pilot is sent to the Soviet Union on a mission to steal a prototype jet fighter that can be partially controlled by a Neuralink.
yeah, and
Neuralink.
he steals it and brings it back to. I mean, we're talking like, this is right in the middle of the Cold War. It was like, no, you can't make a film about stealing planes from the Russians, and they did. And he flies it back to the States, and I think one of his parents is Russian, so he speaks fluent Russian, and he can think in Russian, obviously, as well. So that's why he's chosen to be the pilot to go and steal this aircraft, because he can launch missiles and stuff like that just by thinking about it, because there's this Neuralink sort of thing there. But what I'm saying, Bryson, is some electrician, whatever, has made and wired the aircraft, haven't they? So,
Don't ignore this.
you'll always have a job, my friend.
Yeah, I think so too. I'm with it. I think we're all on the same page with that one. No worries there, brother. Yeah, so there's something else I wanted to bring up with you guys. I seen a video yesterday. Maybe I should bring it up after this little dog fight that I'm having here. Of Jim Semivan talking about the fact that Leslie Keane didn't publish the details of because we talked about this with the recent one. The recent article left out the aliens, only talked about the craft, right? That was a big letdown for a lot of the UFO community. Even Ross Coulthart was like, I don't know why she did that. She should have talked about it. Even Ross Coulthart said that. But people were criticizing it because she's supposed to report on all the facts, so why didn't she? And she says, so Jim Semivan said, he answered why, what his thoughts were whenever he worked with them, by the way. TTSA, Tom DeLonge, they all worked together, just so you know. That New York Times article that started the whole disclosure process, it started it. They were a part of it, and he said, it's not about, I'm going to pull the video up here in a little bit. It's not about, misappropriation of funds and these craft in the sky. It's about something on this effing planet, that's non-human. There's a non-human intelligence on this effing planet here. And he kind of walked back a little bit, but essentially they wanted to. And Leslie Keane said they wouldn't let her publish it. The New York Times would not allow her to publish it.
Yeah, but who's they though?
The New York Times would not allow her to publish it.
And who runs the New York Times? I'm just saying in
Oh,
terms of
okay.
like corporate interests, be it government,
Yeah,
all
but
those
what
things.
is it? What does it matter to them? Why does it matter to them?
Well, conspiracy hats on. I mean, probably a lot, but I always, whenever I hear things like that, like someone wasn't allowed to publish, someone wasn't allowed to disclose, I always, go back to conspiracy mode, saying like,
Yeah.
is it CIA, NSA, is it Lockheed, is it Raytheon? Sorry, just
Whoever.
that's whenever I hear that, like, they didn't allow them to do it.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious that that's the case. Whatever the interests are obviously the reasons for why she couldn't say anything. The only thing is that people were criticizing her, and this is what, again, this is part of the whole show today. They're criticizing her in the community, which again, the normies are watching us. They're listening to us. We're influencing their thoughts about this. So you guys understand. They watched us criticize Leslie Kean, one of the most credible people in the field here, trying to push for disclosure because she didn't put that in the article. Well, it wasn't her fault. She did what she could put in based off of what she was allowed to put out. And then they criticized her for going to News Nation and the debrief for publishing the article. I'm sorry, the debrief. When she should have went to this article. Why didn't you? Because they wouldn't let her publish anything anyway. So she had to publish it on the debrief instead of the New York Times or the Washington Post or whatever. So what do you guys think about that? And what do you think about the idea of having to go to these smaller news stations to get this message out? Do you think it's a good thing, a bad thing? Do you think that it's that they're the part of the deep state because they're going? I want to know what your thoughts are on that, because obviously there's a diverse group here, and I want to know how people see this.
Well, I think it's too bad. I mean, that's the thing. Your reach, how far your platform, how big it is, and the New York Times is considered one of the premier newspapers in the United States. It reaches millions of readers every day, and it's something that I go on to every so often just to see what's in the news. And I'm saddened because they could come out on a platform like a CNN or a Fox News or an MSNBC tomorrow and be like, hey guys, like, did you hear? But instead they're going to continue to publish stories that I don't really care anymore about hearing about Donald Trump. I don't care anymore about hearing about Hunter Biden. I mean, there's more important. This is like the most important story of our lives. I want to hear about real things. Like we had a shooting yesterday in Chapel Hill.
I tried not to talk about it, but yeah. No, it's cool. I'm just saying.
What I'm saying is just like it's a local thing, and it's awful, it's terrible, but it's become so much like a car accident that one death is a tragedy, a million is a statistic, and I hate hearing about it because it's whatever happening happens, and it's just so awful that that's the prevailing news story of the day. When you have Leslie Kean over here talking about, we're not alone.
Yeah.
And
Leslie Kean, Ralph Blumenthal, Jim Semivan, Christopher Mellon.
Yes, you know the names more than I do.
Yeah,
and
all of
thank you.
I think the problem is this was initially my biggest thing. So looking at it from a normie's eyes, right? You look at the Leslie Kean interview, or you look at, people that are more credible, like George Knapp in the community because of how long he's had, a newscaster, a journalist. He's a journalist for a long time, and he's respected. Now, the problem that I initially had with this is that that we're not talking about just UFOs at one point. Yeah. It becomes so diversified that when we start including other paranormal phenomena, like Bigfoot, Loch Ness, and then it gets convoluted into something else, people generally will lose interest right away, or it takes away from the credibility of people like Knapp or Leslie Kean. They resist because, like Leslie Kean, even when I saw the interview that she did, where she started talking about more spiritual things and more contacting people from the other side, talking to dead people, spirits, essentially. Also, George Knapp, when he makes legitimate claims about the Skinwalker Ranch, I'm not saying they're not real, but when all of this stuff gets thrown into one bowl, then people are a lot more skeptical. If we're going to talk UFOs and we're going to be data driven on that subject, I wish the people that come forward and that are credible would stick to that subject and not deviate from that, because it really does drive people away when we start talking about other paranormal things.
So what you're saying is Leslie King did the right thing by not talking about that in the New York Times article.
In the New York Times article, correct. But when they start making rounds and start talking about it on other podcasts, then you still have to kind of be like, wait, if she's talking about UFOs, but she just talked about something else, how credible is her journalism? It made me, it makes people wonder. Like, even if you start, because the subject in itself is like, it could be like quicksand, right? You're like, well, they're talking about this and there's a foot of quicksand over here. I know if I step into like a foot of quicksand, nothing's going to happen to me. But then you realize that as soon as you step in, you're like up to your neck in all kinds of conspiracy theories mixed with other things that could be very real, but it's way too much info and it's way too complicated to get into. I think we should definitely stick to the data-driven UFO stuff first if we want to get further in it. Number two, I noticed that when Fox does interviews or any CNN, they're definitely going to play both sides. That's just by the very nature of getting clicks. They're trying to get as many clicks from both sides. So I'm not at all surprised that they play both sides like that.
Yeah, and from what I heard, News Nation does have a profit-driven motive.
Oh, 100%.
The reason why they're pushing it forward more so than the other networks, and even then, I don't get News Nation. I don't know who does. How many homes does it reach? How many minds and viewers are actually watching it? I know we're talking about it here, but again, it is profit-driven in the background of who is the corporate people in charge. Like we were that interview.
Yeah, that's what they're also right wing, by the way, right? They're right wing and conservative ideas and all that stuff like that. They capitalize on that audience because most people that are in the ufology are either libertarian or conservative.
The crazies, but I'm crazy too. So
same. I mean, we all kind of all are at this point.
Just a little bit. It's just like the interview you showed earlier with Martha McCallum on Fox News with Tim Burchett, and you can tell the producer's in her ear, telling her like,
100%.
Steer it this way because it's going off the rails, and we need to get back and change the subject. But they're able to do it much faster than I would be able to understand, because you don't know when the wool's being pulled over your eyes. You don't know when someone's, looks useful. I guess, trying to change your perspective when he's just trying to, lay out facts for you.
Yeah, I mean, it's obvious what I think I see the obvious as well. I think the interesting thing about this conversation is we're kind of addressing the issues of the resistance from the people versus, as well as on top of the obfuscation by the powers that be. Like, there's a double negative happening here in real time. It's unfortunate, and I don't even know at this point. I feel like it's just our duty to kind of, all of our duties to kind of just have the conversation, to talk about these things, to even whatever it may be, because the consciousness is changing just by having it, but also by focusing on, as the Armenian said, the right things, the things that are undeniably something to be worried about, not worried, but to be focused on. You don't have to worry. I don't think you should be worried. I don't think people should be scared. I think they should be aware. I don't believe in the threat, the scare tactic. I do believe that we need to be aware of this thing. What is it doing? Why is it here? It'd be like if like Pearl Harbor, again, to Christopher Mallon's point, we do the Pearl Harbor thing, and then you know, we're like, don't worry about it. Everything's fine. I had dinner this morning. So who believes that there's anything going to happen here? Well, meanwhile, there's planes, you know, heading their way to Pearl Harbor. Don't worry about it. Don't tell anybody because, you know, we don't really know what's happening right now. Like, that's what's happening in real time now. And I think we mentioned this yesterday, but no matter what, I think that whatever the phenomena is going to reveal itself in time anyway, a short time, and it'll be too late for anybody to prepare. I'm not talking about destruction. I'm talking about awareness. Like, imagine if aliens landed tomorrow and said, oh, we're going to visit every single human on the planet tonight. We ain't ready for that. I'm not saying that's going to happen. I'm just saying if that's the case, we're not ready for that. And it could really mess. How many gun-carrying Americans would be like, you know? And then next thing you know, you got aliens paralyzing people in their homes because they're going to tell us whether we want to or not. No, they want to kill us. We're going to tell you. No choice. They're going and paralyzing all these country bumpkins. All right? The next day, they're going to be targeting other human beings. There's going to be civil wars everywhere, chaos and destruction. Oh, by the way, you know that president guy that, you know, he was an alien, and oh, you know the congressperson from this. Oh yeah, he's an alien too. He's a hybrid. And you know the people in. Oh, you know Vladimir Putin. No, he's actually reptilian. You know, stuff like that. What if it happens in 24 hours? No time to prepare for what's going on. No time. Just boom, done. That's the kind of impact we're talking about.
Have you heard of Kyle Odom?
No.
Oh gosh,
never
mind.
Tell me. Tell me. I got to use the restroom. I want to hear it.
So Kyle Odom was a gentleman who grew up in northern Idaho. He thought his pastor was a lizard person, and he shot this guy point blank with a .45 caliber. Awful. I do not condone that. It's not something I want to bring up to the. Exactly. I don't want to bring up on the channel like that, but he thought his pastor was a lizard person. He tried to take him out, and the guy took 6 shots point blank and was able to get out of the hospital in 48 hours. He released, this Kyle Odom he's former Marine Corps. He released a manifesto, which you can find online with a quick Google search, about how he thinks there's a lot of people in the government that are supposedly lizard people, whatever you want to call them, reptiles, it doesn't matter. He was highly convinced that there were elements to the government that were suspect. I'm trying to think of the best way to say this without being too far out there. Definite, any normal person would consider him crazy, kind of thing. But former military guy thinks that, and he's got a list here of people in the government. I'm just running through his manifesto here. I don't even know if that's allowed.
I'll definitely take a Google look at that.
Noteworthy Martians on page 20 of 21, where he's got U.S. senators, U.S. House of Representatives, and Israeli leadership is the third category. And I'm talking, we're getting far out there. The only reason why I bring it up is because, you know, if Beetlezorp shows up at my door tomorrow, like Marquise was saying, I'm just going to have to turn around and say, like, all right, do what you need to do, kind of thing. And, you know, just to make a joke and lighten the mood. But yeah, he's this Kyle Odom character. You'll have to look up, and that's the most I can say about him because I don't want to get too far out there.
Yeah. Is there a link that you can probably that you might be able to post on Discord?
Oh yeah, easy. I can do it right now. I'm
great.
Doing it in the background.
I'd really love to take a look at that. That's very interesting. The problem, I love people that come forward and do, you know, I definitely don't condone the violence aspect of it,
absolutely,
obviously.
100%.
But when, you know, it's a double-edged sword. We trust our military and our people like that when it comes to observations and things like that. But the double-edged on the other side is PTSD and things like that can affect a person's state of mind, that can lead them to do really terrible things. So
yeah, I mean, you guys are former military, so you know more than I do the situations that you're in that can cause the psyche to be affected that way, in such a terrible way.
Mine was normally when they shut the bar and said it's time to go home.
Sorry.
But no, not to belittle anything. If you're into all the reptilian side of things, you want to listen to David Icke.
Oh no.
He's been saying that for years and years.
He's like,
oh my gosh.
we can't. He's like the Alex character. We can't bring that guy up on this channel.
I don't know, because everything, when we was all laughing at him back in the 80s and the 90s, now people are going, do you know what? He was right. Everything he predicted.
Not everything. I mean, he definitely had some things, just truths that were interesting.
The one thing I won't listen to him talk about is this reptilian thing. Because I remember him talking about it, even at the time, saying the Queen of England is a reptilian.
Yeah, and she eats people and stuff like that.
And how long she lived.
And he said that. He said they're here, they're undercover reptilians, there's certain people in the world, and that's where all this stuff comes from. So
he's insane, dude. That dude's insane. I mean, the thing is, like, people like him, they do the boots on the ground. They're out there. They're at the ayahuascas and but like, they're talking to people, you know. But like the data that they collect and the way they interpret it, oh my gosh, it's insane. This is why I think it's important for like John Keel's work to be taken I think that John Keel is one of the most important researchers in human history. I think he's one of the most important ones. He talks about all these different people. The Mothman prophecy is about a guy who claims he saw this aliens land in a spaceship and is on the road, talk to him, tell him about their civilization, and he says, this is what he saw, but I don't believe it. That's how you, like, I think that he was tricked by something, you know, that he was told these things because they're trying to, like, create this perception in our minds, little by little, and change the consciousness of the public about them. That's how you interpret that data. Because why would again, if like one person is telling you, I was taken to a planet and they let me fly their craft all the way to Zeta Reticuli, and you're like, okay, prove it. Oh, it's all in my head. And you're like, I believe it.
That's the hard thing with the phenomenon.
What I'm saying, Marquise, is you got to listen to, even though the rest of your community or all your friends go, oh, that bloke's an idiot, haha, he's like so wrong. You've got to listen to what these people say.
Yeah, of course. Just don't be stupid about it. Like, don't be fools and be like, yeah, you know what, or I shouldn't say. Let me be more respectful. You can't be as gullible to those kind of people, because doesn't it like. If I told you, man, last night I saw an alien, they let me fly their craft, and they told me that I was like special, and then I'm like, but I have no proof, but I just have this convincing conviction that's what happened to me. Are you gonna? I feel like a lot of people would believe me. Like a lot of people would believe me, and I wouldn't have to prove anything.
What I'm saying specifically about David Icke is, he doesn't go that far with fantastic, apart from the reptilian thing.
I've listened to David Icke. He does go that far. He goes further than that.
Yeah, but he has got proof now. A lot of things he's spoken about have come true.
So Alex Jones too. I mean, Alex Jones was right about stuff. Does that mean that we should trust Alex Jones and his day? Like, you know what I mean? Like, he said that Obama's a satanic. Say Obama smells like sulfur and flies fly on him because he's a demon. You know what I mean? But like, come on, man. Like,
yeah, that is going too far. But when somebody says one day there's gonna, like, what we call CBDCs now, you know, one day he predicted, he told us all about stuff like that.
Huh? What is it? CBT? What?
Central banking digital currency.
That's not hard to predict, man. Any economist, anybody with an economic mind could have predicted that at any point in like modern history. That's not the same thing. What you're saying is that the conspiracies that all of us think that there's a monetary conspiracy going on right now. All of us. We've always. I mean, if you just look at it, something ain't right here. This is not an accident. You know, they take the smartest and brightest people and create a system that's literally designed to create the biggest disparities in history. Like, nah, they're doing that on purpose. We're not dumb. So to say that because he's right about the one thing that anybody can be right about, nah, dude, I'm not with it. This is how they get you. This is how people like him get you. They get you by telling you something that's like, I've been thinking that my whole life, right? I knew it. And they're right about that. And eventually they come out with more and more information that's more and more right about that. And then they say, and by the way, aliens are here because they want your left booty cheek, so they can use it to create a new hybrid race that's going to help you in like they'll make up some bizarre, random, arbitrary, like nonsensical theory. But because they're right about something really important to you, like they got you already. It's too late. They got you. That's dangerous, man. That's literally that's called a funnel. Okay, it's a conspiracy funnel. It's where somebody gets you with the really good, solid information, solid work they've done, solid analysis, the true stuff, and then all of a sudden they drop the craziness on you. But by then they got you. It's like that. I told you, it's a date thing. A guy says, "Listen, baby, I like you. You're beautiful. I would never hurt you." And you're like, "Oh yeah, he's so nice and he's so sweet. He bought me these flowers. Nobody's ever done that for me before. Oh my gosh, my family loves him." And then he said he wants to watch Netflix at his house. And your friend's like, "No, don't do it. It's a trick." And you're like, "No, he's always been good to me. And hey, look at this text message." And the text message every morning, "Hey, beautiful. Hey, girl, I love you. You're so this." And and he's telling her all this stuff. And you're like, "No," you're telling your friends, "No, it's not true." Next thing you know, you're bent over his couch, butt naked, wondering why you watching, Shameless, but like,
whoa.
Yeah. So
where do I sign up?
what I'm saying is that's what David Icke has done to you right now. Now I'm telling you, pull up your pants, walk out of the house, and listen to your friend.
No, all I'm saying, because obviously we hear a lot more about him over here because he's a British guy.
Yeah.
But all I'm saying is just simply Google how many things have come true that David Icke predicted, and you will be astounded.
I mean, Ben Shapiro was right about a lot of things too. Like Ben Shapiro, Steven Crowder, all these guys that are like obviously bad people, like bad humans, if they're humans at all. I'm kidding.
Shapiro a bad person, a bad human?
Did you just say, why is Ben Shapiro a bad human? Is that what did you just say that? Are you telling me?
He doesn't know. He's not from the America. He doesn't know who Ben Shapiro is.
You're going to have to tell me more, because I just see all you guys hear all the background stories and all of that. We don't hear that, so I think Ben Shapiro.
Okay, respectfully, I apologize. I'm sorry about that. For me, it's very. I talk to a lot of people. Again, I've literally talked to people who've gone down that funnel, where somebody like him is influential, is intelligent enough to convince. They argue with dumb people in colleges. I don't know how these kids get into college. And they're like, and like, oh my gosh, these kids are idiots. Where does he find them?
He's just a really good debater.
He's very good. But that's the funnel. That's the funnel. That's how they get you. Steven Crowder, prove me wrong. I mean, the guy did a great job going around debating people on campuses who were literal dummies. But he also got his cheeks clapped by a lot of those kids too. But we don't see.
They don't show you that.
They don't show you that.
That's what hits the.
That's how they get
film room 4.
It's the funnel.
Exactly. It's the editing.
It's the funnel, guys. So Ben Shapiro is essentially, he's like a shill for rich people. He's literally said anti-Semitic things, and he's a Jew. Like, he's Jewish, and he said anti-Semitic things, and like aligned with anti-Semitic arguments, talking about people who are Jewish, but he claims that they're not really Jewish because of, I don't know, some arbitrary distinctions about belief systems. It is really bad. He's really bad, man. He is just a horrible human. And that's not even including the racist stuff that he does, or how he literally funnels people into racist ideologies, how he literally attacks poor people and people who are struggling in our society. He calls them essentially they deserve it, and all they need to do is just have enough money to make changes in their life. All you gotta do is, he is a horrible human. He's a shill, clearly, for all the big bankers, all the people that are all taking advantage of just everyday citizens. He is a straight up shill for them. But you wouldn't know that because all you see is the cool debates that he wins on YouTube. That's
he
how
gets
they
paid
get you.
$20,000 a pop.
Yeah, he is good.
Just to go to these
He is
universities.
good. We could sit here all day and watch Ben Shapiro videos where it's just like him talking about how poor people are stupid and not worth it, and how they deserve to essentially suffer and die. And he's a terrible human being.
Please don't make me watch that.
I wouldn't do that to myself or anybody else. I'm just saying, it's there. It's out there. It is out there.
There's also people that we took seriously in the UFO community. Like the John Lears.
Oh yeah,
and then when they start,
Speaking of, did you guys watch
like who do you
Weaponized?
believe? Yeah,
that's
that's
what
exactly what we're talking about. Because the way Jeremy Corbell presented this is, it like detracted from what he's trying to achieve. And John Lear is Gary Oki loved John Lear from what he said, and you can listen to him for hours, because some of the things. But then, if he's presented in a way where he's not as credible, it's not.
Not only
not
is he
doing anybody
credible, but
good.
his argument is also now anybody who has a similar take, you have to question it now. Even for myself, I'm like, man, what? I mean, how that? If it wasn't for the fact that I've read a ridiculous amount of books and stuff like that, and if I didn't spend hundreds of hours researching this, I would think that anybody who has a take like John Lear you can't trust it, because even I questioned. Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to believe about what he said, man. I don't trust any
and
of
he
it.
implicates Bob Lazar in there too.
Yeah.
And the connection with Bob Lazar to John Lear. So people
that video.
I found Bob Lazar very credible. A lot of the things he said, and now I'm wondering, wait, was there something bigger going on? Was this all planned out in some kind of weird way?
That's one of those things that even from me, guys, I was disillusioned by that. Like I was like, oh my gosh, should I trust any of it now? What are you doing? What are you doing?
Right.
Now I'm like, I like Pablo, so I believe him, but now I'm not as open to anything that he said now, because I don't know if
Jeremy Corbell is Bob Lazar's best mate, bestie, and so is George Knapp. I'm gonna have to watch that again because I must have fallen asleep halfway through it.
Yeah, I was.
I think there's people nowadays today that you could,
I'll be right back. 1 second.
In years to come, there's people that are out there now, like UFO celebrities, that people will go, "Nah, that guy was talking crap," or I can think of 2 straight away, 3 straight away.
100%, and it's up.
Like we said before, just because they've been doing it for a long time, people bow down to them, and it's like, well, they must be so good at telling stories. People believe all of this, and there's certain people now. When I see them interviewed, I just turn switch off. I don't want to hear them speak.
Yes, the Richard Doty's of the world, where they were, given money to obfuscate, to misdirect, and that's what makes
they're like proper. They're like right up there. I'm talking like people like Nick Pope, my own countryman. I'm talking about people like that. You're just like, nah.
No, I forgot who I met that told me that they highly dislike Nick Pope because I mean, I don't know 100% what his story is, but he was the lowest person on the pyramid scale in terms of when he worked for whatever agency it was in the UK government, that he's just, anybody can write a book.
Yeah.
I can write a book, and whether or not it sells doesn't mean I'm going to get on to Coast and try to push it.
Bryson, you could write a book about this teacher you had, and he's ex-Air Force, and he told you he worked on this special black project, and you'll make thousands of millions out of it. Anyone can make anything.
I mean,
up.
yeah, but the books don't make you. I mean, look at Wesley Snipes, Whitley Strieber. I almost called Whitley Strieber Wesley Snipes. Look at Whitley Strieber. He's struggling. I mean, he's obviously wealthy. He's written other books his whole life. He's not just a UFO guy. He's just known for that. But he's written nonfiction books as well before he ever got into. He was wealthy before he ever got into the UFO field, just so you guys understand. It's not like he's just randomly was like, oh, I'm gonna get rich off UFOs. He thinks that it was a joke. It's interesting that the phenomena essentially targeted him because he was a jokester and a prankster, and so how can anybody trust anything? Even he admitted that that's a questionable thing for himself. So it's almost like the idea that somebody writes a book or whatever to get rid. I'm not gonna write a book, but if I did, I would be called a shill. You know, I'd be called a shill if I did that. People tell me, "Oh, you should write a book." You know, no. If I wrote a book today, they would say that I did it. I'm in this to make money. I am not. I made $100 on my GoFundMe this month. This month I made $100. That was my total income for this entire month. Full disclosure, I'm not gonna. It was like, I think it was $237. With this in my voice acting, I made $270 or $37 for the whole month. I am not in this for money. There's no money to be made here, guys. But I would be called.
No more voice acting. I thought that was all over.
I got my first project in 2 months the other day, and that's all I got for the whole month. I got one project for the whole month. I mean, I do have. Yeah.
We spoke about this the other night, Marquise. It's like, if that's the situation you're in, if people are offering you like documentary work, stuff like that, you've got to take it.
It's again, we're talking about leaving my pregnant fiance.
Yeah.
Right, and when she's literally weeks away from having a baby, for weeks, and if she has that, you know, we're not at the point where we'll lose everything. That's not. We would never let it get that far. Obviously, I would never let it get that far. But
we spoke about this the other night. Couldn't you speak to these people and say, "All right, I'll take part"?
Yeah,
but
speaking of which, they
remotely.
They don't want to do that. They've already moved on because I told them no. They've already moved on to somebody else.
I'm not saying do it because you want to get your name known in the UFO field and all of that. I'm talking about if you want to put food in them babies' mouths, then you got to. Do you know what I mean? You got to do what you got to do. If it's an income.
I mean, I made enough money. Luckily, I made a stupid amount of money at the beginning of this year. I mean, it was. Of course,
you just need more consistent money.
I need something to make sure that in the long term,
sure,
you know, things will be okay.
And it's just like the time at the moment she's ready to drop. Then you can't.
She is ready. Like I don't even know how. She just went to an appointment just now, and
I'll be back in a second.
It's gonna be. I don't even. They wanted to admit her yesterday when she went because she was having contractions. So I was like, oh, like what does that mean? Don't tell me that. And then like nonchalant. And she's like,
yeah, it's hard for us because we're men. We'll never know that experience. We'll never be able to live the same experience that a woman has. And you know, God bless her and God bless all women who, my mom, you know, everybody's mothers
actually, it's
out
not
there.
a blessing that they go through that. I'm just saying. I'm according to my. You know,
I agree.
I'm kidding.
No, I know what you mean. I know where you're coming from. But we'll never know that experience. And
that's true.
I'm kind of happy, but I was 2 weeks late. I was 2 weeks late. They had to
you
actually.
Know what? That's funny. The longer you're in,
they had to induce pregnancy with pills.
Guys, you want to hear something weird?
Yeah.
The 2 alien books that I have just randomly fell.
It's Interstellar, man. It's Matthew McConaughey. He's coming from behind the black hole. Actually, I forget how it goes now, where he enters and is able to push those books off on his daughter's shelf like 30 years in the past.
They're making, I think, allegedly, according to Facebook articles, they're making another one with his daughter in it this time.
That's cool.
Yeah, so they pose the idea that the future humans hypothesis is kind of what's being by people in the UFO community are saying, oh, that movie's about future humans, right? I think I just think the future humans thing is stupid. I'm not gonna lie. I think it's a dumb hypothesis. Now, let me be more clear. Michael Masters, that man is a genius. I mean, he's literally like, I'm reading through his books that we're voice acting at the moment. That guy is a genius. I mean, he seriously is. His hypothesis is compelling. If we were to take the data that he has on its own, I would say that's the most convincing argument I've ever seen. Ever. It's pure intellectual.
He looks so alien to me with his picture on Wikipedia.
Wow. He's a
Not a bad
really
way.
smart guy. He's also really chill. He's like a really down to earth dude. You guys should read his one book. It's, oh my gosh, it's so good. wait until we finish voicing it. It is so good. If you like hot, steamy romance novels. Oh my gosh. I had to.
With aliens, right?
Yes.
With aliens. Wow.
Future humans. It's really good. I don't want to give it away. You guys see it.
Okay, so what are you doing? The audio book, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna have to take some time off and soon, not right now, but to finish the audiobook. But
like
yeah.
ages.
So who do you believe now? Like, getting back to that, sorry, like when people like the most credible people in the UFO field that are, ex-military, etc., like John Lear, are being debunked
John
by
Lear to me was never somebody I looked to for answer. I mean, I thought he had data that I found compelling, and I was like, well, that's somebody on the inside. That's really interesting. But I've always had a little bit of skepticism about John Lear because of his presentation being so like I don't know, like there's a bit of a smirk to the whole thing, It doesn't seem he doesn't take it as seriously as I personally would like to. Somebody who's in his position to take it. I just
But you made some of your hypothesis based off the data that he aligns with it. So
but it's not from him. I got my theories from Jacques Vallée and from John Lear. Now, if you started to tell me about John Lear and like Jacques Vallée, you get me a really pretty solid, convincing argument against those people, which I don't think you can. But if you did, I would be.
So the Lear thing, this is what I was specifically saying. Sorry, maybe I misspoke, but like Lear gets kind of discredited on the Corbell show because
that was really bad.
So that's what I'm talking about. So who do you believe at that point? Like what data points? Because
I don't trust any of it. I don't trust. Now this is my issue. When I look at this, I at this point, when people talk about the circus, I get it now. And the frustrating part to me is I think that when people are saying it, they're saying it in an idiotic way, and I mean that genuinely. I think they're idiots. However, most of them, not all of them, I think most people who are against Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and Ross Coulthart are just pure idiot. They're just dumb. They can't make sense of their own reality. However, there is something here now. Now there's something to their argument. Now there's meat to it, because they've literally implicated themselves in essentially a joke. This is a jest.
And Jeremy Corbell himself as well, because of his connection to how close he was with Lear.
And
I mean,
Bob
he
Lazar.
said and Bob Lazar.
Yeah.
He said he like spent a lot of time with him, sleeping on Lear's floor, before they gave him a room or something, and he could really get into his mind.
Yeah.
I don't see that. I don't personally. I mean, that's not. I think that's just determination. It's the
I get that, but he supported like a lot of these people, and he takes his data from these people.
I'm concerned about the public view, because they're not going to be able to parse this information properly. They're just going to blanket the whole thing now, and I don't think they understand the implications of what they did. James Fox said that the kid in Vegas was a hoax, that hurt me. That I was hurt that day. I was genuinely hurt. When Richard Dolan gave this racist characterization of the first black president in the U.S. history, that hurt me. When I saw him essentially advocating for capitalist ideologies and imperialism, that hurt me. And chauvinism, that hurt me. Agreeing with people like Jordan P, that hurt me. I was disillusioned by a lot of these people that I looked up to, in the field in many different ways at different points in my studies. It doesn't take away from their work. James Fox created some of the greatest work in the field in ever. Richard Dolan is a legend, a living legend. Same with Coulthart, a living legend. But there are detractors for me in terms of who they are as a person, and there are some questions I have about the information they're presenting, because like Ross Coulthart going up there in that conference and saying, the last one in Australia, I believe, and he said, according to what I've been told, this is what it is, according to what I've been told. Dude, that's, trust me, bro, like, that's not very. That doesn't make you look good. And I get it. I understand what they're trying to say. I get that they know something we don't, but they're admitting they don't know if it's even true. So now I'm just like, what the?
I mean, the thing with the interview is, like Jeremy Corbell with the interview, it goes beyond that. I mean, he put out another tweet a couple hours, like 12 hours ago, posing. You know, it was basically a poll in his Twitter. He's like, in 1989, was John Lear 1, crazy right, 2, crazy wrong, or 3, just crazy? So,
oh my gosh.
Like, he literally wrote this, and people are like, oh, I'll pick number 1, he's crazy right, but all of them implicate that he was crazy. That's not good. He didn't just do the interview and leave it there.
It sounds like he shot himself in the foot. Jeremy Corbell.
I don't think he
and is shooting himself again in the foot is what it seems like. I don't know.
It says to me, Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp are coming too close to being, I don't know, some people would say found out or been proved wrong to an extent where they've got to backtrack and get other people, getting people talking about something they've been connected with. Do you know what I mean? It's kind of like, I mean, you got to ask yourself, would he have done that if John Lear was still alive?
I don't know. I mean, no. He said they were friends and they fell off at the end for whatever reason. Again, I am just really, like, genuinely disillusioned by what I heard.
Because I tell you now, I know we was talking just now about people I don't trust instantly when I see them, like Nick Pope, etc. But I can name another renowned long-term ufologist, cryptologist, whatever you want to call them, that once they pass away, there'd be a lot of people doing exactly what Jeremy Corbell, what they did on Weaponized yesterday, going, well, actually, this person was wrong about this. It's only out of, like, because they've been doing it so long and, you know, we hold them in respect. And, oh, no, you couldn't dare say that about this person because they were... Because John Lear was one of the first. That's why no one... It was all fantastic, you know.
Yeah, but I gotta say, you know, I gotta address this because this is relevant to our current conversation before we move on to something else. Platonic Zombie said, why are you surprised that they have to say that? Is in to say the caveat of we don't know. I mean, we have to admit that we don't have all the information. What more is there to say? Listen, man, this is, and I'm gonna do this again every time that you guys bring this up. Every time that because keep in mind, Platonic Zombie, your position on this is more aligned with everyone in this conversation than my own. Because if somebody says that, I don't know, I want to pull you. I work for the Geospatial Intelligence Agency. I have access to information about UFO craft that are, you know, we've seen them going on to a person's house in suburban America, picking them up, taking them somewhere, and then dropping them back off. We got it all on video because our satellite systems caught this. Blah blah blah. Oh, by the way, we have 3,000 other cases across the United States alone. We realize that Russia is dealing, like, they have all this information, and I brought that information to the Department of Defense. I brought that information to the Inspector General. I brought all that data. By the way, here's a document that's declassified that tells you that everything that I just said is true. And this is a document that says that I work for this company, and this is where I worked, and this is my DD-214s. This is who I really say I am. Here's the people you can call in the Department of Defense and to confirm who I am. Right? That's a pretty freaking compelling argument. But if you say, I know a guy who told me, according to what he said, that this is what's going on, but we don't really know. That's a problem. There's a difference in narrative. It's undeniable that narrative cast a massive shadow of doubt. Nothing but doubt. Nothing but doubt.
Yeah, but
why? Because obviously that's a problematic, man. I mean, what the?
No, the thing is, back in the day, he was one of the first to talk about all of this. We didn't have the technology like we did now, and to make things fake or anything like that. So back in the day, if somebody come out with a good story like that, people would, I certainly did, would listen to them. The fact now people come out with, I've seen this, or so-and-so told me this, we question them. We, totally question them. Prove it, prove this, prove that, blah, blah, blah. But it's only because of the position John Lear was back in the day in the 80s. He was one of the first, wasn't he?
I mean,
and I know, I'm
sure
not speaking bad of the dead at all. I know the man's not here, but until his last dying breath, he had a good time. I know he gives speeches now and again, but he wasn't like a regular at every UFO. People went to him for an interview. He wasn't like out there at every UFO conference and stuff like that, was he?
No, I mean, yeah, he made it on television. I mean, I don't know. I think the whole thing, everything that's happening right now is strange. I wonder, I really do wonder sometimes if there is some unknown element that is influencing what's happening right now. That's
like Invasion of the Body Snatchers type of thing.
More like a subtle influence of consciousness. Like I think everybody believes in positive energy and all that crap, and I don't think it's crap. I just think it's it's frustrating to hear people focus only on that. We all believe in something akin to that, right? I just feel like when we know that there are influences that to our psyche. There are energy influences, if you will. I think it's consciousness directed. Some people can call it, you can call it the universe, you can call it karma, you can call it focus. Your focus is bringing that energy. Whatever you want to believe, there is an influence here, I believe, on what's happening. I think there is an influence. Platonic Zombie, again, if somebody told me what I just said in the manner that they just said, I would never say, man, I know a guy who told me once that there's something here, but I can't tell you what it is. I just know that there's something there. But I don't know what's going on. What's going on. Ross knows what's going on, is what I'm saying. He knows. He knows exactly what's going on. Okay? This isn't a mystery to him. It's not a mystery. He's doing the I don't know for you. For you. Yeah, Ross Coulthard knows. He's doing that for you, Platonic Zombie. Because of what you just said right there, because of your resistance to what this phenomena represents. He's doing it because of what the Armenian geniusly said. Like, you can't just start off by being like, yeah, this is what's going on, because people reject it. Like Platonic Zombie rejects the idea that there's a threat to this phenomena. My guy, I'm calling you out. Like Garioki rejects it. You reject it for the most part, right? You guys reject the idea of a threat because you can't see the fights in front of your face. But the data that 4K footage by the observation technologies that are billions of dollars, like, they know that there is an armada in space, if there is. They know that there are dogfights in space, according to pilots. They know that the pilots have experienced things that terrify the crap out of them. Not just a light in the sky, not just a Tic Tac that's innocently flying around and it's looking at the ocean and enjoying the beautiful waters and the whales. They know there's an actual intent, like something is happening. And they know it's increasing in frequency. They know there are no-fly zones implemented by the phenomena. By the way, guys, they know that there's an area in our ocean. There's an area in our ocean that a politician recently I gotta pull this video up. She mentioned Lena Paul Luna said there is an area in our ocean that we cannot go to because the phenomena does not allow us to. What are you talking? This is what? That's a problem. What's
that video? You got that on video, you say?
Oh, I'd love to see that. It's all on Twitter. I'll find that and post it in the Discord, because I'd even with that, to me, like, there is obviously something else going on here, guys. And the reason why they say I don't know is because, again, you guys are so resistant to the idea that there's a problem, even when there's obviously a problem. Like, you would reject it and be like, they're lying. I don't trust them. They're trying to create a threat narrative. It's all fake. There's going to be Project Bluebeam. It's a government operation. Why would they tell you when that's how you see them? And if they do it, you're going to reject all the data. When they're afraid that it's going to be a Pearl Harbor or a 9/11, if we don't, like, but we got to tell people about it. and they tell us the truth, and you reject it, we'll have another Pearl Harbor and 9/11 because people reject what's happening. Whatever you want to believe is what you want to believe. I'm just telling you, your resistance is why they will not tell us the truth. It's why. I'm telling you.
You're telling us what you believe. You're telling us what they want you to be scared of.
I believe you're proving my point, my friend.
And personally, I don't accept they're good and I don't accept they're bad. I stay right in the middle. I'm not denying they're, I don't think they're. I say this every day to you. But if they want you to stop asking questions, to stop looking any further, to comply with the way they want to do things, then they're just going to throw fear out there. All they're going to do is keep on and on and on until, like you do yourself, mate, you think there is a threat out there. Blah blah blah. So
I mean, if somebody was lurking around my house right now, using hiding, I never really saw them, but maybe the unicorn's like, hey, I saw somebody. I think I saw somebody lurking around the house at night last night, and I don't know for sure, but I feel like I saw the muzzle of a weapon, and I'm like, oh my gosh, I got to go check it out, and you go out and you can't see anything, and then all of a sudden your kids or whatever hey, I just saw a couple of people out there lurking around last night. I heard them rustling in the trees and the bushes, and I mean nothing happened, but there were footprints in there as well, and there was a lot of them, by the way, and there were I think that one of their weapons was dropped, and I go outside and I find a freaking a laser scoped AK-47, and I take it and I hide it, and because I don't want to scare my family about I'm like, don't worry about it, it's fine, but I don't know what it is, because I don't know who it is, I don't know what it is. So that, and you add infinitum to this scenario, add the likeness that we're seeing here. Okay, nobody's doing anything wrong, nothing's. Oh, my daughter wakes up and says, hey Dad, I woke up this morning and my clothes were off and I got dirt on my feet, but I don't know why, and we can keep doing this all day long. I wouldn't say, I wouldn't say you guys are just creating a threat narrative. That's what you're doing, man. You guys are doing that, okay? No, there's more to be. We don't know what's happening. We do not know everything. There's more data. I don't know how you can conclude that what I'm saying suggests that I don't think there's more data. I'm literally I'm having a moment here. I don't know how you can get that. I'm confused. But the reality is there's more data, but there's enough to say that there's a problem here. Do you understand? Oh, by the way, Dad, somebody left me a note on my bedroom window. It was in the breath. Somebody breathes in the window, and they write on there, "I'm watching you," and there's nothing you can do about it. But it disappears because it's a breath. So I can't see it too. But they're telling me this is happening all the time. What do I say? You know what I'm saying?
All I'm saying to you is I accept that. I'd like to think we accept that. We're not constantly against you, but it's if that's your position, that's your position. But I respect that, and you've got to respect our positions, I suppose, or my position, I suppose. I'm not having a go at you or anything like that. I'm just saying okay, fair. I accept that. I understand where you're coming from.
Well, I think this is. I don't feel so. Why I'm even mentioning this at all is because we're talking about Ross Coulthard and what he did, and what I am suggesting through what I'm trying to present, informationally here. I'm presenting the information and then saying that if you look at this information and look at nothing that I said, I don't think anything that I've said so far is undeniably it's obviously. These are what's happening. This is what people are saying. This is what the government is claiming. This is what Ross Coulthard's these are data points, right? How should you look at this? How should you look at that? Well, in my opinion, I think that if we look at any of it and we ask ourselves, well, why doesn't the government tell us? Why do these people keep saying, for example, we don't know. Yes, we don't know 100%, but we know enough that there is at least an assessment that it can be made, right? If, for example, the aliens if there were craft coming down picking oranges, they just took a lot of oranges from Florida and they're picking them, and we wouldn't be I don't know if they like oranges or not. I really don't know because we've never met them. So you can't say that they like oranges, even though that's what they're picking. Like they're just picking oranges there. You understand? Like I'm saying that. Like they're doing this thing where they're saying we don't actually know if they like oranges because we need more information. We do need more information, but I think they like oranges.
I think the people that the journalists that are keeping a large portion of, there are these journalists that always say, yeah, but I can't really get into it because of X, Y, and Z, or I'm gonna drop a bombshell on you and it's coming really soon to keep us on the edge of our seats.
Yeah, I don't like
they're
that.
not really doing a great service to us either. I mean,
yeah. I used to think I get why they're doing it. I don't like it either. The question is, what would be? That's why I ask you guys all the time. Like, what do you think what would you do? Some people are like, I would just tell people. What if telling people is irresponsible? I don't care. Just tell them.
And don't hint at the fact that you got a bombshell to drop. If you can say it, say it. If you can't, then don't. But don't it's always like that carrot on this. Yeah, it's and I don't like that, and I think it's deceptive in itself. I think that's a deceptive thing. If you're trying to actually do humanity good, then don't play us like that.
I'm with you on that. I think it's a disservice to the whole thing, man. I get frustrated by what they do and how they do it. I really get what frustrates me more is look at what it's caused among. Like there's so much confusion. No one can make sense of what's going on. No one. I'm concerned based off of my information. All they're doing is confirming what I've already thought about based off of the information that I've been presented with through literature and through looking at witness testimony and listening to experiencers and abductees. If you listen to them, I believe there's a story to be told already. You don't need them for that. To you guys' point, you don't need them to tell us what's going on. You could tell for yourself. The problem is that they're doing this thing where they're leading us on, but with seemingly no hope for any conclusion to this. What's
right? And I think that's monetary gain for them, because the longer they keep that game going, they definitely capitalize on it, both by financial and in the realm of the conscious focus of the public.
Well, remember, socio-engineering is also at play here, right? It is undeniably it is at play. So what they're doing is they're building public interest and excitement and anticipation for this alleged bombshell, right? They're building that anticipation for it. So on the one hand, that is how they have to do this, because that's how you do it. You do it by building intrigue. I literally just heard a gaming developer say this very thing, like, hey, when we don't tell you details about the game, because if we do, the marketing department says that you're not going to be as interested and ready to buy the game. We can't do that. We have to build the intrigue and build up that suspense. Plus, if we tell you when something changes, well, now we're liars. So on top of
but they're doing it for monetary gain. Those game developers, right? Their end game is to make money off of it.
The socio-engineering is the exact. It doesn't, whether it be for money or for a truth. They have to do it the same way. The psychology is exact. It's the same either way. That's kind of the point. So they use the same psychology that socio-engineers use to influence people in the public. They use
but if the threat is that close, if the threat is as close as people are saying, and if something happens tomorrow and you haven't revealed,
who's going to believe it?
You have all this information.
You guys,
what are they? Yeah, at least it'll be out there.
Yeah, but who's going to believe? But what if it being out there is going to cause more? Right now, this is why I think I really enjoy Garioki and Platonic Zombie's pushback on this. I think it is important because it shows you exactly how people are going to see this. People don't see it the way that you think it should be seen. Well, at least it's out there. They're seeing it and they're rejecting it and they're mocking it and they're saying that this is why I don't believe. And they're not wrong for thinking or feeling that way, because look at how it's being presented. I get it.
And look at the source it's coming from. It's literally from the person that cried wolf for how many 100 years within this government, and then they have no right to say at that point, well, you don't believe me this time. That doesn't make sense. I get the pushback 100%. I'm a part of it. part of that pushback.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point. Like the point is they have to do it right. You know, they have to do it right, because otherwise people are gonna be. They're gonna reject it until the last day. And I'm not talking about the destruction of civilization. Please don't misinterpret my words, because I don't think they're gonna blow us up. Like that's not my belief. I just feel like whatever it is, whether it be hey, we're your space brothers, surprise, or whatever, we're not gonna be ready for it because they have built up this, this almost comical level of deception about this topic. So they have to do it. They have to do it right this time. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I don't know what the best way. I still don't. I think that what we're doing now is important. The back and forth, the conversations, analyzing these different, other interviews by these people, the allegations that they're making, that's what's going to bring the awareness up, whatever is happening. I don't think that. I don't know if we're going to get it from whoever until I see something. I'm not so confident anymore in them as I used to be. I'm just not, and I don't know why anybody would be.
I agree 100% with that.
Yeah, I agree with the assessment.
I mean, if I'm losing hope in that process, you guys know something, right? Because I like these guys. I like them. I trust their work, but like now I'm like, I mean, come on, man. Like, what is going on here? What is happening right now? You're literally trying to discredit. I don't know if you're trying to, but like, you are discrediting the topic right now.
What if somebody told Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp that, what if they gave them all the real information and they basically assessed the same thing that you're saying, is that if this is really out there in the public sphere, it's going to be much worse. So now they're kind of discrediting themselves.
That's a very good question. I didn't even consider that.
That's what I was trying to say earlier when I said Jeremy Corbell has shot himself in the foot. I think they're probably trying to save their own skin to an extent as well.
What do you mean save their own skin?
Well, like the Armenian just said, it's like they're trying to distance themselves very, very slowly, whatever,
Distance? What do you? But why? What do you think they're doing? We're thinking they're doing it from. I mean, it's possible. I mean, what the Armenian presented was that they're doing it because the realization in the public consciousness would cause more damage than good. And so
so distance yourself from the subject, so there's not so much hatred, or you told us this, Corbell, and you told us this, Knapp, and blah blah blah, and it's all different now, and
that's a completely different possibility, though. That would be like basically they're lying. That's kind of suggesting that basically they're lying, and now they're like CYA, like, oh crap, we were wrong about everything. Now we got to cast doubt on our own theories so that people don't catch us in a lie. That's not what I don't think that at all.
This is the thing. So for one moment, you've got them both loving John Lear when he first come out with George Knapp back in the early 80s and all of it, and they both loved Bob Lazar and all of it, and then all of a sudden they turn on them both. Exactly. So
like, was Bob Lazar wrong, and they found out that he's wrong, and so they're like, oh crap, we got a CYA, so that we don't get caught, we don't get implicated, and
No, I think if they had information, there was any doubt about Bob Lazar and his story or anything, I think they'd milk it for all they could. They wouldn't just have one little episode of Weaponized to discuss stuff like that. They would milk it for all they could. But you was just saying about I was eating my dinner, sorry, but I was listening to you, and you was talking about some people are getting more untrustworthy because you can tell they're only in it for the money.
I've never said that. I don't believe the positive people. The positive people are definitely in it for the money. the aliens are your brothers and they're your spirit
No,
guides.
no. What I mean is, like, well, I know this, but I can't exactly tell you right now. And you know, well, I don't want to upset any of my witnesses or you know stuff like that. And
I don't think that's your plea. Differentiate me from that one. I do not want to be a part of that narrative at all. I don't think that they're trying to make money. I don't think that they're lying. I don't think that they're. I mean, I think they want to live, but like I don't think they're just trying to like milk this for money at all. What I think is that I don't think they realize what they've done. I think they're trying to be. I personally think that what they did was try to be honest, and like show that that.
I'm talking about UFO rock stars as a whole. You know, I think one of you just said like, I'm sorry, but if you know something, tell us rather than, you know, well, if you want to know more, go and buy my book or this, that, and the other. No, there's a lot of people slowly getting pulled apart over all of that. Even the people you love and trust now. I think the only person I really would trust, and I don't think I've got any sort of doubt in my mind whatsoever, is Richard Dolan, to be honest.
I think he's got great data, but keep in mind, Richard Dolan thinks there's a problem. He thinks there's a problem. He does not see the phenomena as a happy-go-lucky aerospace.
Yeah, but he'll tell you, he says that on his podcast every week. He doesn't say, oh, if you want to know more, go and find. Well, I do know more, but I can't tell you. If
you respect the way that he's presenting the information. Actually, you know what? I think you're right. Richard Dolan is a pretty consistent dude. I think Richard Dolan, in terms of data, forget about the controversy. I think that Richard Dolan is trustworthy. I will tell you that recently he's made some comments that are quite interesting. We're going to have to look at those, actually. Maybe tomorrow we'll look at them.
Even if it was something we was all going crazy about, jumping in the air, clapping our hands, like the hearing, he turns around and goes, well, actually, I don't know. You know, have you considered this? Have you considered that?
He does.
So he's like that. You know, where all the rest of them, it's like, yeah, I knew this all along, and you know, I know these people. I know they was gonna say that, and you know, keep listening to what I say because I'm with you guys. I'll tell you the truth. You know, but even, I mean, that's what I was gonna do tonight. There's even there's about 3 or 4 videos that have appeared taking Ross Coulthard apart.
No, because you know what?
I know
they're
you're not
doing it dishonestly.
interested.
They're doing it dishonestly. They are doing it dishonestly.
There was very heavy editing in the video that I saw that was in Discord, and they just made them. You could edit anything and put things out of context to make anyone look crazy, or that's not to say that he.
One person. We're talking like 3 or 4 different.
And they're all doing the same thing because I bet you $100 each one of them thinks either they're benign or are space brothers. They don't like they don't like any of these guys. They think they're all charlatans and fakes. And again, I think that whenever you guys think that, you're doing it from a researcher's perspective. They're doing it from a content perspective. They are thinking content-wise, this is good for me. Those guys are milking you, man. Do not fall for their crap. There are people that called Ross Coulthard the P word. You have no idea how angry that I'm so mad about that. Because that's a right wing, that's literally what the right wing crazy people do. The nut jobs. Everybody's the P word. Everybody that they don't like is a P word. Every single person is
that's the ultimate attack that applies to everyone nowadays, isn't it?
Yeah, it's like calling somebody. I mean, it's like whenever people say, "Oh, everything isn't racist." Well, not everybody you don't like is the P word, you idiot. And like it's frustrating to me because there are real, those people, and they're politicians, and they're usually, no offense, but they're usually on the right. They're dating young girls, or Rudy Giuliani's trying to take his, thing down for some young thing in a hotel room that was staged by a really cool, funny guy. Like, oh, what are you gonna do? Oh, I was just adjusting my pants. Man, I watched that TV show. What would you do? I watched it. I know what you were doing, Mr. Giuliani. Get that, Mr. Giuliani. Would you? That's what's really happening. And you know what they do? Nope, not true. Not true. Because it's all a game to them. Don't fall for that, man. Don't fall for that. Don't fall for these guys. They're painting Russ Coldheart badly because they don't like what he has to say at all. They never liked it. I'm questioning what's going on right now because there's obviously some issues with the, not just the narratives, but like the presentation and I think they don't realize that they're, through their attempts to be quote unquote honest, they're ruining the topic. They're really hurting they're hurting this, and yeah, I don't know. I will not align. I will never align with people who do that. I can't do it, man. I have my skepticisms, dear meanings, kind of painted those out perfectly, but I never go full retard, man. I'm not gonna go that far with Ross Coldheart being the P word and, you know, and stuff like that. I'm not going that far. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. Again, when you got people like, you know, people aligning with McWest and aligning with, I don't want to mention some other names because they do dox people, but some people on Twitter who are like, there was this one person, I can't say who they are. Listen, y'all, I had a fight, I didn't fight them. I had an argument with this person who told me that I was, you know, like work for the military. It's like, I'm literally begging for pennies, and like I work for the military, and you know I'm doing the military-industrial complex's agenda, and that I'm hurting the Pleiadians' agenda because they want to help us, and I'm pushing the threat narrative because I'm trying to all this stuff, right? They told me to listen to Grant Cameron. They're like, you need to listen to Grant Cameron. You get a different, you know, Canadians know the truth about the phenomena, all this stuff, and I just feel like there's a sickness. Some people are like sick, and their sickness is compelling. They create these very compelling arguments that they peddle to people, again, like us in this community, and I don't want you guys to fall for that. I'm worried about Garioki. I am genuinely worried about you because you've been jaded by this topic. You've been jaded by these people, and sometimes.
No, I think it's a case of I'm just open to. I'll listen to it all. I'm open to everything. I'm not biased. I'm not on one side, and will stick to that at all times.
Yeah.
And not get annoyed if somebody challenge or an upset if somebody challenges me. No, I will look at it all.
Yeah. Do you? Go ahead, Armenian. Sorry.
I definitely believe Garioki is he's more open-minded than saying that the phenomena is this or that. He's basically looking for evidence as far as it's like the reality of it, and he's trying to look at it as the most non-biased way that he can look at it. I don't think necessarily that Garioki believes that, you know, they're the good guys, or you know, or that they're the bad guys.
Yeah, but the people. But think about how the funnel works, right? How does the funnel work? You know, like what I joke about all the time. The funnel.
No, no one's influenced me to think like that, Mark. That is really. I've not watched stuff on YouTube and thought, yeah, I agree. That's how I'm going to be totally unbiased. This is me. Like I say, after years of being into it, getting pissed off and thinking, no, that's it. I just want proof. My own proof now. I don't know what. No one can influence me, whether it's good or bad or whatever. So in that respect, I'm willing to listen to everybody.
That's why you're here. That's why you're here, because you're willing to be open-minded.
But if I'm watching videos that tear Ross Coulthard apart and this, that, and they present their evidence to me, like you just said, I do think, oh, well, that's why they put it in the title of the show, because it's just content and they want more viewers, blah, blah, blah. But there are times when I watch these things and I can't disagree with them. I'm thinking, I'm like the next day I'm washing the dishes and I'm still thinking about it, and I'm thinking they're right, you know. So I haven't got the opinion where I'm like, how dare you speak about Ross Carl? No, it's you know, that's what they call that's what the new buzzword is, what they're calling the UFO cults.
The cult is the exact opposite, though, right? Because, like, that would suggest that I am a part of the cult, because I've defended Ross Coulthart and Jeremy Corbell and George Knapp and Leslie Keane and Ralph, like the people that none of us would ever know we would be still watching documentaries on History Channel about the freaking, maybe there's 17 different races of aliens living in a flower bed somewhere in someone's backyard. We don't know. We'd be still watching that right now if it wasn't for those people. You know, like that's kind of where I am. I'm like, guys, we would never have this conversation. There would never have been public hearings. There would never have been congressional oversight. There would never have been legislation. There would never have been any of the whistleblowers coming forward claiming that everything that we believe for the last 80 years, it's true. There would never be any of it if it wasn't for these guys. There wouldn't.
As true as that is, I 100% agree. But I think what Gary Oki and a lot of us are also doing is taking into account these people that have presented the greatest of all evidences, and they're not infallible.
No, that's what I'm saying, though. What I'm saying is that I'm sitting here expressing my disillusionment from the recent words of these people. Like that is no offense, but I feel like the skepticism that people have brought forth, and yes, I will be honest. Sometimes I feel like sometimes the conversation is like, we don't trust them because there is a deep state and we think they're a part of it. And you don't explicitly say that, but by implication, that is what's being discussed here in this conversation before anything ever came out. Before I ever expressed skepticism, that was the implication. That was never the case before. Now there's something to criticize today. Not like before they didn't have anything to criticize. There was nothing to criticize. They were trying to make money. They were just out to trick you. Those are like conspiracies, right? Because nobody could, based off of what? Just the fact that they're talking about it. So basically, don't talk about it? Well, no, just talk about it the way that we want to. That was the narrative that I was getting from people. It's like, we don't trust them because they said something that I don't believe. That's what I've been hearing.
It's the truth mixed with the lies. And that's always been the case. And I think a lot of people have always felt that way when it comes to this topic in general. I'm not saying anyone in specific. I'm not talking about anyone specific, but when it comes to the government and ex-intel people, there's always going to be the history of the U.S. government, and they don't even have to currently be working for the government right now. A lot of these people have retired, and that does not mean, however, that they're on a separate project.
Isn't that kind of like oxymoronic, though? Because, like, on the one hand, who would be the people that know about what's actually going on and what the government knows? Me?
Right. I 100% agree.
Or like,
I'm not disagreeing with that. It just makes it harder to believe when those elements are in there as well. I'm not disagreeing with anything that you're saying. 100%. Those are the people that would know the most about it. They've probably collected the most data, the most relevant data. Like you're saying, I don't disagree with that.
And I'm curious. I want to hear your opinion on this too, because on top of that, there's also the fact that they're experiencing like attacks because they're coming out against the people that they worked for to tell us about. Like I can't imagine risking everything to tell people and then for them to tell me that I'm a government like hack. Like that would hurt. That would really mess me up, man. I risked my family, my life, literally risked my life for this, my family's life, to tell you guys, and you're gonna tell me that I'm a government hack and a stooge and a shill for them, and that I'm pushing the military. Like I'm literally going against the military-industrial complex for you, and that's what That's what gets me.
And my retort to that would be the people that are putting on the play or the theater of all of us over here watching as all of this unfolds is. For a movie or for something to be compelling, you're going to need, if you're fabricating the story, you're going to need a protagonist and an antagonist. So
I don't understand. So you're suggesting that there's a potential for fabrication because there are theatrics to this?
I mean, if you're looking at it from the point of view as we're the viewers, we're watching all of this unfold, and the whistleblowers are the good guys. And the military-industrial complex are the bad guys that are trying to. It is theatrical if you look at it that way. It's almost like a movie unfolding. Except it's reality unfolding, I suppose, or what they want us to think reality is. So people are skeptical, and I get why they're skeptical. So yeah, I mean, like, these people are like we're watching this thing unfold with Corbell. There's all of a sudden, it's like a gut punch, man. Like when you hear that, like, some of the most credible sources that you've been listening to for years, like Lear, is all of a sudden being discredited by the same people that are.
That's why I don't know what is that. What was the purpose of that? Like, why did you do that?
I think
knocks but
the win from your sales.
Doesn't it seem like that? Okay, so creating distrust in yourself amongst everyone is the way to get what you believe is a truth out. You think that they would, you know how ridiculous that sounds, because it's like shooting yourself in the foot and being like, see. We're gonna get.
I don't know what to make of it.
Goal.
I don't think anyone that's in this knows what to make of it exactly.
I have a perspective. I don't think it's 100. Like, I'm the arbiter of truth. I think they didn't. I think they thought they were trying to be honest about it. They didn't. I don't think they realized how stupid that was. I really don't think. I think that Jeremy Corbell messed up. I mean, if you think about who Jeremy Corbell is and how he does things, it really does seem like he didn't think. Like I think he thought he was doing the right thing. That he was.
I would love to believe that, except that I know these guys are very smart. I mean, we're talking about the guys. We're talking about, like, they're very calculative, not in a bad way, but this is the guy that literally stood behind the panel, and he heard what Grush's attorney was saying. He's calculating enough to where I don't think he would make that big of a mistake.
So so let's remember this moment, because I bet you guys are gonna, there is a thing here, right, where it's like he's smart enough to do these things intelligently if it's a conspiracy, but he's not smart enough to do them right. Like I don't like, he's an evil villain, but he's not like he's an evil genius, but he's not a genius in terms of getting any kind of positive thing or right thing going on here. Again, I think that Jeremy Corbell messed up. I really do. I'm with you. I'm honestly, you heard me express my frustration and concern, but I just feel like that's where the problem goes for me, because why him? Remember, and I hate to say that. I love Dolly and I love Preston. I love them, but why would you think that their story is interesting or credible when they have less connections and data about, like, verifiable data for us than what Corbell would have with his connections and the fact that they released the footage, 2017 footage, they helped release that footage? I mean, that's, you know what I mean? Like these are the guys that have access to DOD. The Mosul orb was released by them because they got it from some military personnel. Like, they're connected. They're not smart enough to be genius to do it right, but they are smart enough to be genius to do it evil, to be evil geniuses. Do you understand? Does that make sense?
Got a lot to stop there. Where did they get that footage of the Mosul War? Apparently, people are now saying it was from David Grush.
I don't know. I don't know that.
That's been thrown into the hat.
I mean, that's just out there. Reptilian could
it's out
have
there, but it proves once again they're all in it together.
Wait. What's wrong with that? What's wrong with them working together?
It's the UFO is the ufology is a big business. We can all make money out of it. Yeah, I'll give you this. You give me that. Don't say anything for another year or two, and then out of the blue we'll use you, put you in the. It's hard for me.
Right, and that's not an inconceivable notion. The way the rate of information is being released either. So Garioki does have a point. As far as, like, the rate at certain bombshells are being dropped is very interesting, because the timing of certain things that are happening, right? I mean, you got to take a look at that data too.
Hold on. Truth, and you're about vilifying him. You guys are literally lashing out at someone who tells you something you don't want to hear. Sound familiar? Platonic Zombie, you do a lot of framing. I appreciate, there are people
I'm
out there who
not,
believe
I'm,
this.
I'm not lashing out because
No,
I
not you.
haven't
That's yeah.
watched
We
the
are.
documentary. I haven't seen.
Well, think
Weaponized,
about
but
this. Think about this. Jeremy Corbell literally just implicated himself in a hoax, essentially, and in potential fairy tales
Yeah.
and hoaxes. Why would that not be a problem? Like that's not the same thing as he said something I didn't like. He literally implicated himself, and we're all in agreement with this, in like potential misinformation. Dude, that is like, what are you talking about, man? What are you talking about? Not you. I'm talking to Platonic Zombie right now. He's being weird.
I think there'll be like what's the word? There'll be heat for him because of this. It hasn't even been 24 hours yet since it aired, has it? So by the end of the week,
it has been, but yeah, I don't know. I haven't heard anything. I think we're the only ones right now talking about it.
Well, if what I'm saying is, by the end of the week, all the UFO podcasts, whatever, they'll all be saying pretty much the same thing as what we're saying here now.
I don't know.
I reckon.
Maybe.
Unless Corbell doesn't believe Lear's point of view that these things are hostile.
Well, even if he does,
but they are a
he's
threat.
still cast doubt. You know what I mean? Like even if he does,
right.
Like there are 10 different races. How do you know that? How do you know that? I don't. You know, like guys, keep in mind, I have my perspective, but you're gonna tell me there are 10 alien races based off of what? Where did you get that from? You know, I don't
more
like
than
that
10
at all.
for a start, isn't it? I reckon it's something like 15, 18 different races, whatever.
Oh my god, I can't with that one. That one just gets me. That really gets me because I have no idea.
What I'd like to see is, as all these famous researchers, whatever, die one by one, are they all going to be shamed like this? It's happened to John Lear.
Yeah.
I mean, is Corbell going to come out in his next Weaponize and discredit it somebody else?
Yeah, that was weird, man. This is different. This is not villa because I'm hoping. I mean, I've got some doubts now, but like, I really hope that these guys turn out at this point. I'm just hoping that these guys help me understand what's going on here. Like, why did you do that? And
that's what I'm excited to see. I'm gonna watch it when we finish. We ain't got we got half an hour. I'm gonna watch it again, and I'll let it stew in my mind.
Well, I mean, you gotta understand, Garrick. I'm obsessed. Like, this is kind of, again, I am just really taken aback by what he did. Again, it's like, okay, it's like if I said, listen, guys, all those people that I mentioned that I read up on. Let me tell you about how they're all liars, and they all talk and joke about it. And then let me give you a video of how not only are they liars, but like I was hanging out with them for a long, long time. And I started off with this whole topic hanging out with those liars. But I love them though. I want to. But also, somebody's in it for the money. Who is in it for the? Who is he talking about? By the way, who are the handlers he was referring to? Like, you understand what? Like, who are the people that own the rights to Lear's story? And Lear wanted it to be told, but somebody owned the rights to it. Does that mean that you wanted the rights to it? What does that mean? What does that mean? That's concerning. That is concerning because now you're suggesting that you didn't tell John Lear's story because somebody else would have the rights to it. Just tell the freaking story, man. Who cares who has the rights to it? What does that mean? If somebody else, because that makes me feel like, and again, I've been a defender of these guys. That makes me feel like you just wanted to have all the credit for his story.
Exactly,
like, I don't understand what's going on here, man.
He does have an ego. I mean, we all know that about Corbell. He is a me-er when it comes to certain things, and that's why some people don't appreciate his way of doing things.
Yeah, I don't
so
know.
It's very plausible that he was that he didn't like what happened with Lear at the end, and I mean, that's his own fault though, by admission, that he didn't make the movie when he had the chance to make it. Right.
Well, yeah, that again, why did he do that? I don't understand what he thinks was gonna come out of that. Like I can't imagine in my mind what was he thinking? Oh, this is gonna be, I'm gonna be honest with people and I'm gonna tell them the truth about John Lear. That was, first of all, I didn't know any of that stuff. It was never on my mind. I never thought about it. I didn't care. John Lear was interesting. I've heard his stories, but like, what was the purpose of talking about that Like, what was right now? Why did you bring
Maybe
it up
he's
now?
trying to sabotage whoever actually has the rights to making this movie, and maybe he's opposed to what that narrative is going to be. So maybe by discrediting Lear himself, he's going to cast doubt on whatever movie's coming out, whatever information is coming out by this other source. So that's very plausible. So he could be trying to sabotage that.
I don't know.
That's
possible.
Do you know the best thing we need to do, Marquise? Is do a watch party tomorrow. Let's all watch it together.
I mean, we could. We could do that. Yeah, we could do that.
Yeah.
I want to say Platonic Zombie says, dude, if you don't have the rights, you don't get to choose how it gets published. He could cut it, and it gets rejected because they don't like how it's cut or what it says. That's actually a good point. I didn't think about that. I guess that for me being short-sighted, I didn't even think about that. That's a good point. What happened to Spaced Out Radio? The episode wasn't an episode. Oh, there is no Spaced Out Radio for this entire week, except for the weekend. I will be doing the weekend show. Dave Scott's on vacation.
There's no SOR at all.
Nope, not at all. Not at all. Yeah, you guys are lucky to be here to listen to me talk about Jeremy Corbell, because I like Jeremy Corbell, I like Roscoe, I like all those people, but I'm concerned that this will be damaging to the, like, I'm a researcher who's obsessed with this topic, and so I read all the things and I follow the tweets and I listen to the conversations and all, so I can see through those things to see if there is a greater implication to be seen here, if there's maybe be an intention. If you have more information, you can make a better assessment about it. That's what again, I'm just going to be, you don't come here because I don't do my due diligence. However, I also understand that, like, I'm just me. There are a lot of people watching them. There are a lot of people who hear what he says and yeah, I am.
Listen, perhaps you're right. Maybe he did make a mistake and he wasn't looking at the bigger picture of how this could actually hurt ufology versus that sabotage that you want move that
Maybe
you wanted to.
They'll do an emergency short episode tomorrow saying, "Look, guys, what we said. This is what we actually meant." Blah blah blah. But I think if we can watch it all, can we watch it, Marquise? How's it work with copyright and all of that?
We can watch it. If I get copyright strike, I just have to remove it. But we can watch it. Yeah. We can watch it.
Because that's what I'm saying. So once I watch it again tonight, then we'll all be armed with the fact that we know what we're talking about, and if we'll watch it together, we can say, right, this point coming up, he's gonna say this or say, we can properly analyze it together.
Right, and I think if we dissect it every few minutes,
I'll wait for you guys to come on. I'll wait. That's a good idea, and I'll wait for you guys to come on so that we can do it together.
And like I say, I think there'll be something released tomorrow. Maybe if it's like another 2 or 3, it might even be something from Ross Coulthard. You never know. Somebody will say and post something tomorrow that'll add weight to it.
I'm actually hoping that somebody will make sense of this, because I can't make sense of it. To be totally honest with you, I don't understand. I don't actually understand. I don't understand. I'm confused. This is the first time that I've seen something and been like, I need somebody else to make sense of this for me, because I can't come up with the inherent knowledge, the understanding of how to see this. I can't figure out what to.
I think if anyone, Richard Dolan will say something tomorrow, because he's very good at doing very quick, short, reactionary sort of podcasts. Even like when the hearing came out, he was live at a conference and he went out into a corridor and posted a quick video. So even if it's like 2 minutes long, I reckon he might say something tomorrow. So
maybe I don't know. I just
maybe we can look at that as well.
This is one of the first. I mean, I've had my doubts and I've had my setbacks and I've had my, where I feel like defeated. But this moment is different. This is like when the never meet your heroes moment. Like, oh crap, like.
But it sounds to me, like I say, I haven't properly watched it. But it sounds to me like he shot himself in the foot. He's number one and number two reasons that he's here is for promoting and interviewing John Lear and Bob Lazar, and all of a sudden he's like turned tails on them.
I that's what I just said. That's the scenario that I just gave. I already spent, guys. We have spent 20 hours playing this game. Just want to let you know. I didn't realize it, but anyway, which means 20 hours of conversations just alone with this game. That's wild. But no, I think I mentioned that earlier. The crazy thing is that these are the people that essentially he started his career with, and now he's.
Yeah, and now
Why
he's
did
turned
he do
them.
that?
It's just like watching an episode of Need to Know, and Bryce Zabel comes on there and says, "Don't listen to that Ross Coulthard. It was all bullshit."
Yeah, that would be weird. That would be. It'd be like,
what?
I love
Hang
Ross,
on.
but let me tell you about Ross Coulthard. You'd be like, huh? What?
Yeah.
This reminds me, I was really into American wrestling years ago, and this reminds me, like, do you know in the WWF and WWE they have these like scenarios they play out, like the two in the best tag team turn on each other one day. That's what this sort of, you know.
Yeah. Why? I mean,
like,
Platonic Zombie doesn't understand what we're talking about apparently, but yeah, he thinks we're nonsensically attacking Jeremy Corbell.
Well,
can you guys help me out with that, please? Because I can't figure out why he said that.
Platonic Zombie said in Discord today that he can't come on and talk live because he's always working at this time, but he does have, you know, get the odd moment to so maybe he's not listening to everything we're saying. But
we're trying to get him to come on.
We're trying. We want him to because sometimes the messages, I feel like, just like you guys said, the message is being lost in translation, or I should say interpretation. We're reading it, you're typing it, and you think that in your head it makes sense, but to us it sounds like sometimes it sounds like you're contending hard.
I've lost so many women in my life through that because
Pimp Daddy karaoke.
No, what I'm saying is you send a text message, but or you write something, and the way the other person reads it is totally different from how you intended it.
Yeah, I've done that before plenty of times.
Women are fucking amazing at that, you know.
Dude, men are too. What's up, Peanut? Peanut's in the chat, y'all.
Yo, Peanut. Hello.
What's up, Peanut?
Yeah. As karaoke is talking.
What timing, right?
Am I in trouble?
Oh my gosh.
She came out of the woodwork to say what?
Yo, I'm glad she missed the first half because people were objectifying news reporters. I'm not saying I did. I'm just saying. No, listen. It's just to me it's like when I feel like I'm pointing out, this is why I think it's important for dissenting opinions and differing opinions, because I think I'm presenting something in the right way, and then somebody says, well, no, this is how I perceive it. And then I have to think, oh my gosh, did I like, how did I say that? Did I say it the wrong way? And then I realize, yeah, I did. Not only did I not say it the right way, maybe I didn't present enough information to clarify what I actually meant. I think this is, again, these are conversations are of the utmost importance to the totality of this movement, what I believe is the disclosure movement. But ultimately, I mean, on an end note, I think the phenomenon is going to reveal itself. That's what I believe.
I hope I don't believe it. I hope so. I want that to happen. That's the only That's the only way we can have it all happen honestly.
Yeah. I don't know if I want it to happen. I just think that's what's going to happen. I wouldn't necessarily. I mean, what if they come down here and again they're not bad. They're not evil. They're just like, hey, listen, we own you. Time to start working. Get those gold mines. Or
what if they try and come down here and they get blown out the sky and then they put it on the TV? You go and, oh, look at this meteor, everyone, and you never know. That might have been them trying to come in.
That would be a mistake, given that they can traverse time and space.
How do you know that? Have they landed and told you they can traverse time and space?
According to physics and physicists and how they say these objects perform. There's a podcast we're going to watch on the Theory of Everything that talks about that explains this, the science of UFOs. Okay, there's a scientist that explains it on Tao, the Theory of Everything podcast. And I can say that if there is a way to know about what I just said, it's going to be through conversations like that. They can manipulate the space-time construct according to scientists who've studied the phenomena on a material and scientific level. If you think that we're gonna be able to fight these dudes with POs, in the Foo Fighters, okay, they were literally turning into balls of light, swimming around our pilots in the 50s. We will not be, and that was 50 years ago, which means they've had 50 years to work on their technology at the least. But keep in mind, they've allegedly been here for thousands, which means they're at the very least thousands of years ahead of us. Thousands of years ago, they were millions of years ahead of us.
This is just assuming, that they're able to transverse large amounts of time and space. I mean, there's also the theories that they could be on the dark side of the moon, and we would never know. And that's just a shot distance from the Earth, or they could be in our oceans. So even though they have technological marvels that beat our own, that doesn't mean that they necessarily do have to come from Zeta Reticuli.
You know what's funny? I think they come from another, whatever it means to come from another dimension, whatever that means. Whatever I think that's where they come from. I don't think they come from freaking Zeta Reticuli, because that's what the scientists say.
That's just our storytelling and science fiction.
No. That's what scientists say.
All right, just imagine this. No, that scenario has been given to scientists to work out, and they've gone, I suppose it might be possible, but no, it's all bollock. I've lost my train of thought now. Yeah, so what if they ever do arrive, disclose themselves one day, and they turn around and go, "What you on about other dimensions?" Now we find that they've learned what we mean by that. What if they turn around and go, "No, we've lived 200 feet, like 200 miles under the sea in the underground, whatever, or on the dark side of the moon. What you on about other dimensions?"
I wouldn't believe. I think they're lying. I think they're lying.
Well, apparently they are sneaky. There is a sneaky element to them. So,
and you know, when you made that analogy a while back, I think it was like an hour ago, you were talking about, what if in my house, I'm in my house and all of these weird things are occurring, and I was gonna say, what if the house that you lived in, they've been living in your house longer than you've lived there?
Yeah, that's it. Hold on, yeah, absolutely. This is the kind of concern that I have about, again, the phenomena. Whatever it is, it's doing whatever it wants to, whenever it wants to, wherever it wants to, however it wants to. No matter what you think or feel, it doesn't care, and it's not honest. So, by implication, there's nothing friendly about that activity. It's only concerning. Doesn't mean ultimate destruction and boom, 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 lasers. Let's not be sci-fi. It means exactly what it means. Peanut's about to join us. So, awesome. For me, she has a really cool story to tell us. So for me, it's like, if they come down here and tell us anything, I don't trust it. I don't trust anything they say. Nothing. Not a word. Not one word. Nothing. And so until they've built our relationship with them has been built off of lies, deception, manipulation, force, and control. That's what it's been. That's what it is. Tell me.
I would definitely listen, but verify.
What's up, Peanut? Talk to us.
What's up, y'all?
What's good? What's good?
Hey, Peanut.
Hey, y'all were just reminding me of this crazy freaking dream I had last night. I swear, I've never dreamt about aliens so much in my life before.
Oh my gosh, look what we've done.
Marquise, you were just talking about how you think they're not even from the Zeta Reticuli. You think they're from whatever it means to be from a different dimension.
Yep, that's what I think.
That was basically my dream.
See, even Peanut's dreams verify I told you. My gosh, guys.
We were basically in this giant, unbelievably giant ship, like a 500-mile wide ship. And the inside of this ship was kind of like, where they test for like diseases or medicine and everything's like super squeaky clean and whatnot.
Yeah, like
it was like a mixture of that, but also like a mixture of a greenhouse, which is really weird. And the whole time it was me and my family just trying to figure out how to get off of this ship.
Wow.
And the entire time we're like, wow, where are all the aliens? Like, why are we just alone here on this ship? And I had to go through a bunch of crazy trials to get off of this ship. Like, there was like a tornado in one part of it.
What the freak? Okay.
Yeah, and then it ultimately ended up me having to climb onto the roof to try and get this thing. Like, I'm skipping over details here because, but then it turns out they suddenly just appear. All the aliens just appear, and there's hundreds of thousands of them everywhere. They were standing right next to us the whole time.
Wow.
And we had no freaking clue. Like, they showed me my own memory of like the dream. Like, the dream started over, but from this, like a third person perspective of me watching the dream again. And then it just turned out that the whole time they had been there just doing their thing. If we walked next to them, they just like zapped themselves away. And even though they were very scary to look at, they weren't necessarily doing bad things. They kind of looked like the aliens from Independence Day.
Oh, dang. Heck no.
Ew, that was super weird. And that's why I woke up so late. It's almost 1 o'clock my time, and I spent that whole time dreaming that.
Wow.
Yeah, that was intense.
I told you.
That sounds very
I
cool, because like what you're describing almost is like an analogy, like the spaceship having tornadoes, being in a greenhouse, and being super large. I don't know. It kind of reminds me of like Earth. Basically, like the spaceship is Earth.
An
ecosystem like Earth, right?
What do you call it? A biome, a potential biome. You know,
Right.
Gary Nolan mentioned the hypothesis of a shadow biome, something that's been talked about by scientists before. That there could be an intelligence that exists on a shadow biome, which essentially is like an ecosystem that's right here, but we just can't see it. It's outside of the visible spectrum of light, of like our ability to see. Yeah. So that's kind of what, you know, one. I think whatever it is, it ain't Zeta Reticuli. I do believe that they probably inhabit all areas of space, all over the universe. That's what I think. I think for sure they're all over the place in different forms. I just think that that's not where they're from.
Interesting. Yeah.
That was
it's interesting that they have humanoid features. You know,
some of them,
from what a lot of people describe.
Why would they be humanoid? Why would they be human? Why are they tall, white, blue-haired, blonde-haired? What about the Negro ones? What about the darkies? Where are they at? They're on planet Kolob, probably. I don't know.
Wouldn't that be the Anunnaki, technically? Aren't they?
I mean, could be. Yeah, but those are brown people. I'm talking about blickety black African. You know. Never mind. I'm not gonna. I can't say it.
I think they're all human throughout the galaxy and the universe. All look like on Star Trek. They all look slightly different or whatever, and we just happen to be the Earthlings.
Sounds beautiful, except they're humping some of us, and we don't like it.
But listen, Peanut, have you seen the latest episode of Weaponized?
No, I haven't.
No, so you need to watch that as well.
I don't want to. I'm afraid to watch it because Alien Universe literally just said that he got like 8 copyright strikes from Corbell. I'm not sure I want to do that, especially given that we're going to essentially criticize it for the whole 4-hour conversation. What if you guys? I will post a link.
How long's the show though? Can you watch it for like 30 seconds at a time and then we talk?
If we do the 25, 30-second clip, yeah, we can do that. But you know, yeah, we can do that for sure. We can definitely do that because that's terms of service. We're doing it properly.
Yeah.
Yes, we can't watch it in full like we do some videos that are like Ion Cinema. What I planned on doing next week is, because of Starfield, is doing an Ion Cinema binge, because I'm gonna contact them to let them know we're doing it. Make sure that I do the proper, you know, properly, respectfully give credit to and stuff like that. But I want to do a binge where we watch all these videos from Ion Cinema. While we also watch me play Starfield. I think that's a lot of great stuff there. If you guys aren't watching that stuff, you are missing out. But don't worry, I'll introduce you. Don't watch it yet. Wait for me, y'all. Wait for me on the Ion Cinema. Wait for me.
I won't be watching it, mate. Trust me.
You don't like Ion Cinema?
No.
Why?
Is it games? No, because I'm here for UFOs. I want to talk
It's about
them.
UFOs. That's what it's about.
Can I just ask a question on...
No, Ion Cinema, real quick. Ion Cinema is about abductions, UFO sightings, historical accounts of the military.
Oh, right.
That is what that is. They just call it Ion Cinema. That's just what it's called.
I thought you meant it was
No,
like
I wouldn't do that to you guys. No way,
game
man.
clip, whatever.
That's not my show. That's not my channel.
Can I just start? Peanut, how hot is it there today?
I think it's 101 right now.
Oh
I was going to say, because it's the first time I've seen you outside. It must be lovely.
I've got the water going in my messy yard here, so it's actually kind of nice when it gets hot like this, like a little mini water park over here.
You're not into getting suntans then?
What happened?
I said you're not into laying down and getting the suntan then?
Oh, no. There's too many bugs out here in the desert. All these creepy crawlies.
Yeah.
Oh, Marquise, I was just going to ask, on Twitch, is there a specific reason that we do the channel on like a gaming versus like just chatting? Just for discoverability reasons.
To be totally honest, I was told, I think I'm going to change that next week. I'm sorry, I should do it now because kids are in school now. So they're not going to be watching. I was trying to boost up my view count and boost up my follow. But I don't think that's going to work now that their kids are. The time that we're here is when kids are in school, so it's not going to be helpful.
I was just wondering if chatting would have a lot more viewers because like
I'm going to put it. I'm going to change it back.
I agree. If you change all the tags to anything and everything UFO related and Bigfoot as well, all of that stuff.
Yeah, it's going to be better. It's going to be better. The gaming thing is cool, but to be honest with you guys, I have to add Starfield to the description and tags because that's what's going to get me a lot of viewers. At least there's going to be an initial bump from starting off. I get the early access. I get early access to the game, so I don't want to miss out on that boom. Just for the sake of followers, just to kind of have that follower count.
Yeah.
So what would they put it on mute and just watch you play the game because they won't?
Yeah, they're probably gonna just watch the gameplay. And then because they want to know what it's about, even though I suck at first-person shooters, they just want to see the gameplay. They just want to see the gameplay, so they're going to be here.
They won't want to be jumping on here talking about UFOs and.
I mean, I think that's a great game for a tie-in.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly. I think it's
You're talking about the space game that you mentioned.
Oh yeah, it's fitting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've been looking forward to that.
Yeah, I think a lot of people are going to be really. I mean, it's there's a big hype around it right now, guys. I gotta jump on that train.
Well, I've heard that there's is this true? I'm not sure. I heard that there's only about 10% of the planets have life biome.
Yes,
right?
That is correct. So what they've done is they've essentially handcrafted about a lot of content, and then they use procedural generation for most of it. Because when you're playing a game that has 1,000 planets, not including the moons, by the way. In real life, well, that's what it's like in real life. They're trying to simulate what it's like in real life. You want to be a space traveler, not just a fantasy traveler. You want to know what it's like to really explore those planets, those empty, barren moons. What kind of resources can you find on them? Because that's what they're going to be. They're going to be resource hubs essentially. And then the 100 planets with life. There's 100 solar systems. There's 100 solar systems with 1,000 planets, and not including moons, but there's a massive storyline attached to it. So there's a lot to it. You want it to be real. They want it to be real.
If they change all of that, if they change that to a Star Wars galaxy, they treble their money overnight.
Well, they open this up to something. They open this up to modders. This will be real quick. Modders also are going to be able to be a part of this. So keep in mind, the modding community is what keeps games like Skyrim alive for 20 plus years or whatever, or like Fallout 4, which I still play to this day, for decades. That's because they have all these mods where people can create an entire freaking planet where they just emulate the Death Star, or Star Wars planets, or civilizations from Stargate Atlantis, or whatever.
What are you playing it on, Marquise?
What?
What are you playing it on?
Right here, PC and Xbox.
Right, you see, that's what I mean. If that was all Star Wars based, if it wasn't called Starlight, if it was called something like, I don't know, Star Wars Universes, I would go out tomorrow, buy the biggest, best Xbox I could, shut all my curtains and that, and I'd just be sat here.
I think you're gonna be blown away by this game whenever I play.
Well,
it. Yeah.
as soon as you see anything related to Star Wars in there,
You can fly. You can literally build your own ship, fly it around, blow up other people, steal their sandwiches, invade their ships, take out all the whole people, steal all their stuff, steal their ship, make it your own. I mean, it's a freaking space simulator, dude. It's yeah.
Let's see at Christmas that what people have the mods have done to it all, and if it's you're dragging me towards gaming again. No.
You'll see. No, listen to this. Xbox went up by 1,000% on Amazon because of Starfield. This game is huge, guys. Huge.
Well, like I say, if it was Star Wars related, Xbox would have gone up like 12,000%.
I can understand.
I think a game like that would be multi-platform. I don't think they could just get it. On
I think
Xbox.
I think you're underestimating the impact that this game has already had on gaming. They're calling it like the game of the century. Like, this is one of the most iconic games that has ever launched ever. So I get the impression that whatever I'm fighting the wrong monster. Whatever we're going to see with Starfield is going to blow people's mind.
You're a fanboy for it, aren't you?
He definitely is.
You should not take my I'm a 100% fanboy for this game, so you can't take my opinion.
Even if it's absolute crap, you'll still sing all of its praises.
Probably not. I'm not very good at sticking with crap games. You got to give me some value here, especially if I'm going to spend hundreds of hours on it. Like this game right here.
I hope for your sake it's as good as you think it's going to be. I really do.
Let's put it this way: this game right here, I got like 400 hours into this game in total, on different platforms. I bought it for Xbox. I bought it for Nintendo Switch. So like, yeah, it's a pretty. I got a couple hundred hours because of the gameplay loop. They say, right? The loop. Starfield is promising the space travelers, Star Wars, Cyberpunk, Starpunk or whatever, space travelers' dream. There's no way this is going to disappoint. There's no way, because again, even if it sucks at launch, which it doesn't, according to all the people that have played it, everybody that's played it says they love it's an amazing game and they can't believe they created it. Skeptics alike and others, it's gonna be a hit.
But I think the very real problem is the amount of hype that it's getting, because people are. I mean, if there's this much hype, there's going to be disappointment.
Oh, there's already some disappointment about the world size. So somebody decided, somebody leaked footage of walking for 10 minutes straight in one direction, just one direction, and they hit a limit to how far they can go. And they're like, wait, you can't explore this whole planet? If you're on a planet that's, I don't know, the size of a real planet, why would you walk around though? What would be the purpose of walking around though? First of all, you also have to think about the diameter of a 10-minute walk. That means every direction that you walk, you can walk for 10 minutes in any direction. Multiply that by the radius and whatever the math is on that, and you'll spend an entire month just walking on that one limited space. If it were a whole planet, you would have wasted your whole life walking around one planet, just one. It makes no sense for them to make a whole planet. That would make no sense. So it's within reason.
Yeah, it makes no sense. But wouldn't it be fantastic if you could do that?
That's probably what the mods will be, so that
That's
you
exactly
can do
right.
something like that if you want. Yeah.
Exactly right.
I think the mods can make cosmetic changes, but as far as the underlying limitations of the game,
you want to download 100
well,
gigabytes.
like with Skyrim, how you can download like Moonpath to Elsewhere or like all the other places that you can't normally get to in Skyrim, but it is technically there. You know, maybe it'll be like that.
That's exactly what it would be like. Only whole worlds, because there's thousands of planets that are, and 900 of them are barren. So the modders are going to take full advantage of that. 100, you know, they're going to take advantage. That's their goal. Their objective is to get modder. They let modders have day one access to this game. You know that they're planning on a 10-20 year lifespan for this game. It's a big deal. So listen,
Marquise, time's up. We're gonna.
Yeah, I realize that.
We're gonna do a watch party with Weaponized tomorrow. Yeah.
I'll take the risk. We're gonna do a watch party with Weaponized tomorrow, so you guys can see.
I'm gonna watch it all again now and absorb it all. So it'll be good to. Hey, we've actually all agreed on something tonight. It's great, isn't it?
We did. I
wait. What did we agree to?
Watching
various things.
Yeah.
I mean, we did. It was a good chat again, guys.
Yeah, man.
for sure.
I appreciate you guys. I love you guys all of you guys. And
No worries.
we'll be back tomorrow to have this convo. You, Peanut,
Yeah.
you're always welcome, Peanut. Whenever you can. Last hour, last 10 minutes, you are welcome.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
We
All right.
promise we'll all act like gentlemen as well.
Yeah, especially when you're
Won't
on.
come on talking about women misunderstanding text.
Oh my god.
She heard it.
Clapped.
That's what I heard when I popped on. I was like, oh.
She's like, I never do that. While her husband said, hey, honey, I love you. Why do you say it like that? You usually call me Honey Bear. No, I'm kidding, Peanut. I'm kidding. All right, guys.
I'm still single. I'm not married, so.
It's a beautiful thing when you get the right one, right? Peanut knows that. I know she's definitely happy with, you know, and I know he's happy with you because we love you, and he can't. How can he not love you? All right, y'all. See you later. See you tomorrow.
Take care. GG's, guys.
Bye, y'all.
GG. Fantastic. All right, everybody. I appreciate you. I will talk to you all. We will talk to you all tomorrow with our fun, awesome panel that everybody likes because you enrich the conversations. I want to say on the final note, ladies and gentlemen, if you can, if you'd like to support the show, please do so by clicking on that GoFundMe or Patreon link. Donate as low as $1. Support your boy because I'm trying to make this a thing for as long as possible. Another thing is you can do is tomorrow when I come on, or if you're in Discord, hit me up on Discord or whatever. Let me know what items you're planning on purchasing on Amazon, and I can provide you with a link. I'm an Amazon affiliate now, thanks to my unicorn. I can provide you with a link to the item on Amazon, which will give me a small commission. That's another way to support the show as well. So consider that. And with that, my friends, my name is Dr. Door. I'll catch y'all tomorrow talking about them aliens. Same time, same place, 12 p.m. Eastern. Peace.